Hello, 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 everybody. So, from what I am seeing, we are allowed to watch this today. Now, I'm over chatting with other people. They're having a hard time getting in, and it's supposed to start in about 5 minutes. Hang on a second, guys. Good morning, everybody. Let me give some shout outs here to everybody that's here. Toxic Orchard, Marriott, Robin, Candalee, Dawn, Sammy. Hello, good morning. Oh, crap. Just lost it. Hang on. I'm going to show you the order first, you guys, but I just want to. Okay. So, I don't know, you guys, how much we're going to cover of the jury selection, because from what I'm seeing, it's going to be boring. It's just them asking. They're not going to be showing the jurors themselves. Good morning, Jean. Someone has too. Lady D, good morning. I'm just reading through one of the reporters here, what he's saying. They're saying the jury selection is expected to last about 2 weeks, partly due to concerns over media exposure and concerns over the sensitive nature of the evidence that will be presented. The main concern, though, according to Judge Gregory Werner, is the jurors' availability for a full 6 weeks. So the trial is expected to last 6 weeks. Now, they are saying it could take up to 2 weeks to get the jury itself. Hello, TK Sass, Fruit Fly. Hello, hello. But I don't know if it's going to take 2 weeks to get a jury. And once the jury is selected, the trial will start. So they're saying that it could be as late as April 3rd by the time the actual trial starts. So I don't know how much of the jury selection. We'll see what it's like this morning. And then we'll decide from there if we're going to be covering the jury selection every day. I mean, it's going to get repetitive. It's going to be the same things over and over. But we'll take a look and see how this is going to be done. From what I'm hearing is even the reporters aren't even in the courtroom yet. So let me go over and try and get into this and make sure I'm in the right one. Okay, hang on. I got to get my. Let's hope the earbuds work. If not, I've got a backup here. Hang on a second. Whoops. Make sure these are on. Just give me a second here, you guys. Okay. Okay, I think I've got it set up. We're going to see. Okay. Whoops. If not, you guys, I'm going to have to rejoin again without my earbuds and just put in my headset. But let's see. Good morning, Butterfly Deanna. Marriott, Batty. Good morning. Okay, so there's no sound yet, you guys. There won't be any sound until the judge does come in. Now, if we don't get sound, I'll try one more thing. If not, I will go to put my headphones in and we will see what happens there. Right now, there is no sound. So when I ask you guys, I will just ask you if you guys can hear it. Once it starts. So you guys can still hear me now. Just put a 1 in the chat if you can still hear me. And 1 in the chat, you guys, if you can hear me. Okay, good. So far, so good, you guys. Good morning, Robin. Good morning, Simply Susan. Hopefully everything is working properly. Like I said, right now there won't be. Now you can see Letecia again is right up against this wall over here. She's like hiding behind this monitor. And this is what she was doing in the last hearing that we seen last week. She hid herself right up against this wall. Okay, so they're letting people in. You can just see the top of her head here. I hope it's not going to be like that for the whole trial. Now, if you guys are looking at, oops, let me just take that off. If you guys are looking at this down here, this is my mic that's muted. They mute everybody that's coming into the WebEx, so that if there's an audio problem, that's not what it is. Yeah, she's always hiding. Absolutely. So we are waiting for the judge to come in. I believe once the judge comes in, we should get audio once they start. If they don't, if you don't get it, I'm going to have to try something else here. Yeah, she's right here. She's hiding behind this monitor. You just see the top of her head. When she moves around a bit, you can see a bit of her forehead, but other than that, you can't really see anything of her. Excuse me. Exactly. I agree. But there again, you can see a little bit of her forehead. Good afternoon, Sonia from South Africa. Wow, strawberry wine, good morning. You are very welcome, my dear. I'm going to do as much as I can. Like I said, for those of you who are just coming in, we're going to see how this goes this morning, you guys. Apparently, there's going to be a couple of weeks of jury selection before the actual trial starts. They are saying that they don't expect the actual trial opening statements to start until April 3rd. Now, it could start a little bit before then, but that looks like Al coming in now. Let me just make sure, you guys. I don't know if this is Al. It's hard to see on my screen. It's really hard to see, you guys. We're going to see how it goes because jury selection gets repetitive. It gets boring. So we're going to see how it goes and see how much of the actual jury selection I'll cover. I don't want to waste your guys' time. And if I don't cover it all, it's going to free up some time for me in between all these appointments I have coming up to get a bunch of reads done. So you guys aren't going to miss out on my actual ancestor reads and stuff like that during this trial. I will make sure that there's going to be enough reads there that I can also post them, because a lot of people don't want to just watch this trial coverage. They're not here for that, or they're here for the trial coverage and not the readings. So I'm going to make sure I do post both. I will be covering the trial from start to finish, and I will be putting my reads up also. So takes care of both sides. As you guys know, I cover it right from the beginning of the read, when I do a read, right through to the end of the trial. So Ashley Kane, thanks for covering this for us. Always a blessing. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. So like I said, right now there's no audio, you guys, because the judge isn't in the room yet. But when it does start, this is where this is going to be like a hit and miss. Hopefully I've got all the audio. My son came over and helped me. I think we got all the audio problems that we were having before figured out. If it's not going to work with my earbuds, I'm going to have to plug in my headphones. And I don't like doing that because my earbuds, I can at least get up and move around a bit and stuff like that. But it is what it is. Good morning, Thunderpumps. Good morning. Good morning, Krista. So for those of you just coming in, everybody is coming into the courtroom now. This is Letecia over here. She is once again hiding. I'm surprised that the judge doesn't make her sit here. Somewhere here. And this is kind of strategically placed so it blocks her. Lemonade, another from South Africa. I got two. I got Sonia and I got Lemonade from South Africa. Welcome. Blue Bear, welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. Good morning, Desi Marie. Stay-at-home mom detective, good morning. Hopefully the gods are in my favor this morning, you guys. I've been having trouble with getting the audio. Like I said, the audio is not up right now because the judge isn't in there. They're going to have a couple of minutes of yakking back and forth that they may not cover it. Nicole, sorry, I'm going to remove that. Please don't mention other channels or anything in here. But I can answer you. Or is there no cameras allowed in court? No, cameras are allowed in court. That's how we're getting this. Please don't mention the other channels, other creators. It's okay, Nicole. You probably didn't know, so I'm just going to give everybody the heads up. We don't do that here. I don't like doing that because then we get drawn into drama, and I'm just not a drama channel. So no harm. Susan Scopper, good morning. Yes, finally. It is just jury selection, you guys. Like I said, I'm probably not going to cover the everyday of this jury trial, the jury selection, because it's just repetitive and it's boring. We're going to see how it goes this morning. Good morning, Susan. Air S says, hello, Willow and chat. Hopefully you will, for trial, Mark Redwine was shown, but with camera panned out. I think this is about what we're going to get right here. Sonia, thank you, my dear. Leslie, good afternoon. Good morning for those that are in morning. Good afternoon for those in the afternoon, and good evening for those in the evening. Dizzy, so glad you're covering this case because the boy reminded me of my son and it kills my soul. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Desi. Yeah, I'm surprised, Nicole, that they're not making.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Over here between her lawyers.
Oh, come on, I know
but she is right here.
It's a Monday morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
They also
my name is Greg Warner. I'm a district court judge for the 4th Judicial District. Before we begin the jury selection process, I want to introduce some people who are in the courtroom that you may or may not have already met. My court reporter is Kimberly Jancic. It's her responsibility to make sure that everything that is said in the courtroom is transcribed into what we refer to as the record.
You're very welcome.
So anything that is said by you, the lawyers, or the witnesses is made part of that record. Remember, she can only take down what you say. She can't take down nods of the head, and uh-huhs and uh-uhs don't get translated very well either. So if you can give some sort of verbal response, it will make her job much, much easier. You've also met Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs. They are here to assist you. You can talk to them regarding any general matters, such as parking, phone calls, those sorts of things. However, do not talk to them about this case, and they will not talk to you about the case. They're not being unfriendly. It's just that no one is permitted to discuss anything about this case with you. I assume that when you received your invitation to come join us this morning, you were not very excited about it. But I want to thank you for being here. I know that this process disrupts your lives, but I do want to thank you for being here. Please understand that the United States conducts probably about 90% of the world's jury trials. Many other countries do not trust their citizens to make these kinds of decisions and leaves those decisions to be made by some member of the government. However, when our country was formed, the people who formed our country believed that those types of decisions should be made by citizens rather than by government individuals. As a result, they placed in our federal constitution, and our state constitution has a similar provision for a right to a jury trial. I've been doing this for quite a while now, and I firmly believe that one of the strengths of our judicial system lies not in the lawyers, not even in the judges, but rather the dedication of our citizens who take part in this process. Without you, the right to a jury trial cannot be guaranteed. And in case you're wondering, yes, I have that same right. Yes, I've been sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in. I understand that it is a sacrifice for you to be here and put your lives on hold, and I deeply appreciate your participation in this indispensable part of our democratic society. Thomas Jefferson said, I consider trial by jury is the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I've spoken to hundreds of jurors over the years, And although jury service at times was a significant inconvenience again and again, they told me that they were glad that they had served. They said it gave them a better understanding of how our system works and how important all of you are to it. I want to remind you first, before we begin, please turn off your phones and other electronic devices. They must be turned off at all times while you're in the courtroom. If anyone needs a minute to do that, please retrieve your phone and do that now. No? All right. In addition, so we are identifying all of you by number as opposed to name for a couple of reasons. First of all, due to the number of jurors being called, we don't want there to be any confusion regarding who we are referring to at any point in time. There may be more than one Mr. Martinez or more than one Ms. Johnson, and because of that, it's easier for us and our staff to keep track of everybody by number. In addition, while the defendant, the attorneys, their staff, and the court personnel will know your name, referring to you by number is to protect you from contact by the media or other persons, curiosity seekers and the like, to protect you from unwanted publicity and to ensure that no outside information is communicated about you through this process and the trial. Finally, after talking with a lot of jurors over the years, they all told me that they were more comfortable when referred to by a number in open court rather than a name. The fact that we are identifying you by a number should have no impact at all on the presumption of innocence that the defendant is entitled to, or any impact in any other way as you consider and decide this case if you are selected as a juror in this matter. The case we're about to try is a criminal case. The prosecution is brought in the name of the people of the state of Colorado. The prosecution in this trial is represented by Michael Allen, Dave Young, and Angelina Gratiano, who are lawyers with the district attorney's office. If you guys want to stand for just a moment so they can tell who you are.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I will sometimes refer to the district attorney as the prosecution or the people. The defendant or accused in this case is Letecia Stauch, and she is represented by Josh Tellini and Will Cook.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning.
The charge against the defendant is contained in what is called an information and complaint. An information and complaint simply describes the charge made by the prosecution against the defendant. It is not evidence of anything. In this case, Ms. Stauch is charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, the prosecution has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has done the things that are contained in the information and complaint. If I can have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case? Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Before we go any further, I want to ask, do any of you have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on in the courtroom? If so, please raise your hand. And usually it's the people in the way back, because you guys are in the seats. You're way up in the box seats up there. So are you guys doing okay back there? Looks like it. Okay. In this case, 12 jurors and 6 alternates will be chosen. They will consider all the evidence produced during the trial. The jurors will determine what the facts are based on this evidence. The attorneys anticipate that it will take approximately 6 weeks for trial. This does not include deliberations or jury selection. We hope to start the presentation of evidence on April 3 of 2023. That would be 2 weeks from today, if all goes according to plan. So that would mean finishing the evidence sometime in mid to late May. I understand the burden that such a lengthy trial places on people. I previously presided over a case that took 18 weeks from start to finish. So I understand the burden that this places on jurors. Truly, I do. Our trial days will generally be from 9 to 5, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. There will not be any trial on Thursdays as I have other docket matters that I have to attend to on that day. You will be able to go home to your families each day. And though you will not be able to discuss anything about this case with them, you will be able to talk with them about anything else. You can still help with homework. You can still talk about what your spouse, significant other, family, any person like that was doing at work, how their day went, anything like that. You just can't talk about this case. Knowing this time commitment, is there anyone who believes they would suffer an undue or extreme hardship if required to serve for this length of time? And I anticipate that I'm going to get a lot of hands, so we're going to start in this box first, knowing that time period. Okay. Let's see. Okay. You guys probably are not exactly sure what number you are. What I can tell you is that we start with number 1 in the back, closest to that hallway. So number 1, you had your hand up, is that right? Yes, sir. Tell me about your issue.
Well, I have graduations out east that I have to get to at the end of May. I'm a field supervisor that I coordinate trainings, and I actually go on trainings with my techs that run the whole front range and the area. So it'll really impact my work life and the stuff that I have to complete.
What kind of work do you do, sir?
I'm a field service supervisor for Diebold. We service all the banking industries.
Like ATMs or?
ATM, vaults.
Okay. All right. Anyone else back here? Number 3, yes, ma'am.
I'm an artist, self-employed. I've got a show coming up in April, one in June. Process of getting stuff ready for other galleries.
Tell me about the show that you have coming up in April.
Big show up in Denver,
It's a what show?
landscape show. And then I've also got one coming up in June. It's plain show up in Denver,
Okay. And,
galleries in Taos and
okay. All right. And juror number 4, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
I just come out of a broken bone, so I'm working. So
Okay. So if I understand it right, you've been off of work because of a broken foot?
that's how it's going.
Okay. And how long were you off of work?
6 months.
Okay. And are you going, oops, wrong line there. And are you going back to work at the same place you were before you broke your foot?
Yeah, lieutenant.
Okay. Oh, so you work out of town? Okay. What kind of work do you do, sir? Okay. And juror number 5, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
I'm a full-time college student at UCCS, and I go to classes Monday through Thursday, 8 to. I have to serve on 30.
Where you at? You would have just recently or are now doing midterms?
Around this time. So
Okay. And when are your finals, like the first or second week of May? And did you have, yes, ma'am, juror number 6? And how long is that for? right. And did you have your hand up, sir? Okay. There we go. Juror number 8. Yes, ma'am.
It's Snow Whiteland and I'm the office manager there. I'm in charge of making sure the whole plant runs. I have to do a processing thing every day on the computer that makes my system roll from day to day to day to output all of the deliveries that our drivers have to put out.
Okay.
Our keeping department, which all that I have to do. I'm the only one.
What do they do if you are out sick, you have the flu or something like that?
And I haven't missed a day of work in the last 2 years.
Okay. All right. And juror number 9, did you have your hand up? No. And juror number 10. Yes, ma'am. Well, I want your job. Where are you going? Okay, those so it takes a fair amount of time to get there. So I assume you're going to be wherever it is that you go for a period of time. Okay. Okay. All right. And in the front, juror number 12.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm the president of a small aerospace company here in town, and over the period that you've described, we have 3 major events, or I had 3 major events that I was going to be out of the office for. One in April for the space symposium here that we have to be at.
Oh, at the Broadmoor.
Yes, sir. The second one is a personal trip that I have to take down to Louisiana to be with my mom. And then the third trip was in June.
When, what is the time frame for the second trip?
It's the first and second week of May.
Okay. And juror number 13.
Yeah, so I work full-time and I'm a full-time college student at the moment. So taking all that time off would kind of affect that a lot for me. And then also during May 20th from the 14th to the 20th, I'm out in Utah visiting my mom
Okay.
for about a week. Yeah. And
Okay. And where do you go to school?
I'm at Pikes Peak Community College.
And is your testing schedule somewhat similar to what UCCS is?
Yeah, we run on pretty much the same class schedules and stuff.
All right. Anyone else? Juror 14.
Sorry. Ooh. I am also in school. I fly down to Florida every month to like do my tests and hands-on practicals for about like a week.
How's that work now? Run that by me again.
It's like a hybrid program where I do my classes here and then I fly down to get tested. So I fly down to Florida for a week and we do like our exams and our hands-on practicals then.
What kind of program is that?
Doctorate in physical therapy.
Oh, okay. All right. And when will you be going down to Florida?
The next one that I go on Monday, and then it's basically like every month after that.
So you mean a week from today,
Yes.
right? Okay. And juror number 15, did you have your hand up, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
I'm retired, but I go up to Centennial on Sunday nights usually. And I take care of 2 of my grandchildren until I take care of them
Monday and Tuesday, then I come back on Wednesdays. And that would really be hard. My daughter, there's no openings for those 2 days at her pre-K. So that would be a hardship. And then they have a work trip. I think it was April 27th for 4 days down in Santa Fe, where I would be watching them.
Say that again.
They're going on a work trip for work.
The parents are.
Yes.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
7
I got it.
4 days.
Okay. So the parents are leaving and you would be staying with the children. I got it. Okay. All right. All right. Anyone else in the, juror number 16? Okay. Right. No, I understand it. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm also the presiding judge for probate court, so I understand what it is that you're going through and those sorts of things. Have you filed a probate action yet? Okay. Okay, I understand what it is that you need to get done there. Anyone else in this front row? Mr. Juror 18? Yes, sir.
Yes, I have actually living in 2 locations, one here and one up in upstate New York. And I have to be back there by May 1st, and we drive. And I got 2 graduations to go to. And even though I'm retired, my wife and I are both like part-time and different things.
All right. Anyone else? Juror 19?
Two jobs full time, and I'm also a full-time student in college. First week of next month, I will be going up to Nebraska because my brother's wedding. And I'm so called his best man.
So when you say the first week of next, you mean April, right? Okay. And juror number 20, did you have anything? No, sir. All right. All right. Let me ask the people in this section over here. Please raise your hand if this length of trial would cause a hardship or significant hardship for you. All right. I'm going to start over here. And you would be juror number 22. Yes, ma'am.
Also a full-time student, and I'm also doing a summer semester, so I have a similar schedule to theirs, but I'm also going to start school.
Let me make sure I understand that right. Are you now a full-time student? Okay. And you're going to start your summer semester May 14th. Got it. Okay. I was a little confused about that. Okay. And where do you go to school?
University.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. And juror number 23. Yes, ma'am.
Mostly health issues. And it's hard for me to get around. And diabetes. It's not controlled.
Okay. We can, I've accommodated, I can accommodate a lot of different kind of health issues. We have people who are, or I've had jurors that were diabetic before. You can take snacks into the jury box, anything like that. Would that help? Okay. All right. And juror number 24, did you have your hand up? No? Juror number 25. Yes, sir.
On May 4th to May 6th, I'll be heading to Boston to move my daughter back here after her first year at college. And then June 1st to June 10th, we have a trip to Florida planned.
Okay. I don't have a calendar in front of me. Is the 24th through 26th, is that a weekend?
Is it my May time?
Yes.
Sorry, if I said May 4th to May 6th.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. Okay, May 4 to May 6.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I have, I think it's a Thursday to Saturday.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I assume that's just moving your daughter home after her semester at college or something like that.
That's exactly right.
Right. All right. Anyone else? Juror number 27.
I'm a radiology supervisor at UC Health, and we have a work trip planned to New Orleans, April 17th through the 20th.
How does that work?
It's Siemens Healthineers conference that they throw every year, and
Okay.
was one of the supervisors selected to go down there.
Okay. And what are the dates again?
17th through the 20th.
17. Oh, so that's a Monday. Excuse me, a Monday through a Thursday? Okay. All right, and next row back, juror 35, did you have any issues? No? Juror 36, yes, ma'am.
Provider for my elected daughter. Gonna work at night. Night.
Okay, so as I understand it, you take care of your daughter who has seizure issues? Okay, and you do that, or you work during the day, you work at night, okay. Okay. Juror 37, did you have any issues? Yes, sir.
So the kid's a fourth teacher. School, yeah.
Okay. Are you doing CMAS right now?
We're getting ready for that, so that'll be the 3 weeks of May.
Okay. Excuse me. Juror 38. Yes, ma'am.
I'm a full-time nursing student at HOODIES, and I'm also moving out of the country first to exactly which date.
When does your semester end?
It's like mid-May-ish.
Okay. Juror 39. Yes, sir.
Role as a financial advisor is Gannon Stauch.
Juror 40. Did you have any issues? No, you should be 40. 41 should be right next to you. 31. No, 31 it should be over here. What? Yeah, that your juror number this morning may have been 31, but right now you're juror 40. Or seat, you're in seat 40. So we're referring to you by the seat number that you're in. Does that? We are. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, the juror numbers that you got when you first came in to the jury assembly room are different than the numbers I'm referring to you now. Does that help clarify what we're doing? Okay, good. Okay, so juror number 40, and the reason why we're doing that is because we have a different seating chart in here. So juror number 40, did you have any issues?
I do. I am out of town April 26th to May 2nd. Wedding.
Okay. Juror number 41, yes, sir?
I am also a full-time student. I go to college in Denver. Most of my classes are in person and
When you say having, are you living in Denver? Okay, but you are a resident of El Paso County. You're just up there for school, living up there for school for right. Okay, I got it. I just wanted to make sure about that because that's something I'll get to later. Okay, in the back, last row there, we have, that would be juror number 49. Did you have an issue? No, you're 50. Hold on.
No, sir.
Okay, juror 50, yes, sir.
I'm just finishing a dissertation. I'm like a double-time student. I work full-time and I don't know if it matters, but I have a reliable transportation back home.
Okay. All right. Juror 51, yes, ma'am. Through when? Yes. Juror 52.
I have some out-of-town guests.
Like the week of April 20. I'm sorry? So it'd be like April 24. And juror 53, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a major customer meeting coming up 30th. I'm doing a meeting for that first. Off the top of my head, but it is on there.
Okay. When you say on the 30th, do you mean this month or next month? Of March, okay. That would be a Thursday. You'd still be able to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it was in preparation for?
So that the meeting tomorrow is in preparation for the 30th meeting.
Okay.
We do an action level meeting prior to that so that the chairs are prepared a week out.
And you would still be able to do that because I think that we're not going to start evidence at the earliest until April 3. So you would be able to do the meeting tomorrow as well as the meeting on the 30th. Would that help?
That would help, but I also have a training that is happening. I think it's the last week in April that I would be that Friday.
Okay.
There may have been another date, but I can't think of that right.
All right. Juror 54, did you have any issues? No. All right. Juror 55.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Two businesses, one a larger landscape company here in Flower Springs, and the other is a plant nursery with a location here in the main location, Glenwood Springs. I'm typically in Glenwood Springs 2 days a week up there, monitor that business also. Obviously, spring is a pretty busy time.
Right. All right. Let me start here. First row, first person would be juror 28. Did you have any issues, sir? No? All right. Juror 29?
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
It just depends on the length of the whole trial. We have a 40th anniversary trip paid for starting July 3rd through the 17th. So,
No, we'll be done long before then.
that would be relationship limiting, I think.
Ma'am? Right, and, juror 30?
Trips out of town, the end of March, so the 1st to the 3rd April, end of April, I believe between the 7th to a 2nd or 3rd, it's a Tuesday, and then 27th through June.
Okay,
Now I'm one of two tours. I think they're starting up, that actually went out to bid right now, that somebody else would.
okay. Juror number 31?
I'm a full-time student at Jordan.
Of May? Juror 32, did you have any issues? Yes, sir.
Severe case of gout, and so it's very difficult for me to walk right now. I'm doing it because I haven't been able to walk for almost 6 months. Do what I'm gonna do, but difficult for me to sit for a very long period of time. I'm my own business, but I have to most of the time be regular. Exercise a little bit. It's taking me a long time to get over this.
Okay. Juror 33, did you have any issues? Yes, sir.
An insurance sales representative. I work. Majority of my income is commission based, so being on a jury for 6 to 8.
And juror 34, did you? No? All right. And let's start again, going back over here to the second row on the end there, juror 42. Did you have any issues, ma'am?
Work part-time.
Well, that's going to take you a while to get down to Texas, right? Oh, okay. How often do you have to do that?
I typically do it every 3 months. We're questioning day to day.
Okay. And is she on her own or is she in assisted? Okay. And tell me a little bit about the part-time work that you do.
Work is admin.
Okay. And juror 43, did you have any issues, ma'am?
Just one, my son graduates from yes, and Friday, May.
I can tell you, along with juror 29's issues about relationship issues, we are not having trial on May 12th because I have a graduation that I have to be at. You would be able to make that. So in light of that, would that help? Right. Juror 44. All All right, 45, 46.
I'm actually recovering from a business that did open back in 2021. I have been unemployed for about 3 weeks. I did put an application and I did get a job that I'm supposed to start.
I had a hard time understanding.
Yeah, slow down, speak up and slow down. Let's try again.
So I am recovering from a business that I did open back in 2021. I have been unemployed for about 3 weeks. I did get a job at Amazon. I am supposed to start working on the 25th. And my main concern would be, because I'm pretty much living paycheck to paycheck, how I would pay my rent and utilities.
I think we had Amazon here back in 2018. Okay, the case that I had that was 18 weeks, I truly understand. I truly understand the impact that it has. Well, one of the things that I found out was that many employers continue to pay their employees if they are on jury service, and I can get you a letter that says that you're here. So what I want you to do when we take a break at over the noon hour is contact Amazon and ask them whether or not they do that. I don't know whether they do or whether they don't. My experience in the last case that I had was that some large employers, and it surprised me what employers did it, but it was like Target, USAA, Walmart. There were a number of others that actually continued to pay their employees so long as they were on jury service. So what I want you to do over the noon hour when we take our break is contact Amazon and see if you can find out an answer to that question, okay? All right. Juror 47.
I am in the middle of divorce court. I have a status conference upcoming Wednesday where our judge is setting the final. So that might impact this.
Okay. We might be able to help with that because we're all judicial officers. We understand what's going on. So, but I also can't promise anything. So, but I will keep that in mind. Juror 48.
Yes, sir. I'm the sole caregiver to my wife. On bed rest with a fractured back and wrist. Diagnosed with osteoporosis. Always at risk of fall if I'm not around.
All right. And is there anyone else that helps you do that? And then this is where I sort of start to lose it a little bit because I can't see quite that far back. But I believe we are in the next row back. This end, there you go. You would be juror 56. All right. In juror 57. Yes, sir.
I'm the sole administrator for a school district. As we come into April and to our compliance reporting.
And what district is that?
11, we've got about 100 teachers, middle.
Okay. Juror 58.
Got a medical issue. I've had my spine fused twice and fractured. It's just difficult to sit for a real extended period of time with regular breaks. And if I could stand without being a distraction.
I'm glad that you brought it up because I have this come up. It's not uncommon. It's not every case that I have a jury in, but it's actually pretty common. You might have noticed that the chairs and the benches that you're sitting in weren't made by Lazy Boy. If you need to stand and stretch or something like that in order to be comfortable, go ahead and do that. Okay. So we will be taking regular breaks. In case you're wondering, we generally take one for about 15 minutes or so, somewhere between 10:15, 10:30. And then we will take a lunch break about noonish, something like that. If you are a juror and you're sitting, if you are selected to serve as a juror, you end up in an upgraded seat. from where you are sitting now. And it's a little bit more comfortable. You would still be able to stand, stretch, do any of those kinds of things. Would that help? Okay. Juror 59.
I'm usually in the 1 to 2 percent.
When does he get out of school?
It's out at 3:05.
And what happens if you're not there to pick him up?
Usually I can find somebody to pick them up.
Right, I get it. And how old is he? So, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. Okay. All right, thank you. Juror number 60.
I'm currently an attorney in private practice, I bill. So if I'm not in the office billing, then there's no income coming in. Additionally, on April 24th, more importantly, I'm going to be working Mr. Allen as a deputy district attorney.
Oh. Mr. Allen?
Friday on Friday.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna excuse you now.
If I go back down to the jury
No.
assembly room.
Nope, you're good to go. So we will just excuse you now. All right, juror 61 and juror 62. No issues. All right. And then next row back on this far end, juror 63. Yes, ma'am.
I am a state the 1-year-old, and also I work from home in between. And my one responsibility that I have for my job this year is a retreat that I help.
Yeah.
What juror number was that, Your Honor?
That was 63.
Thank you.
Okay, and juror 64.
Sure, I'm the only caretaker for my wife of 81 years old. Prior to the hearing, severe asthmatic, she does not drive. I do all of her doctor's appointments and transportation for her needs.
Juror 65.
Possibly. I'm a stay-at-home mom too. We do have my mother-in-law and my husband, when he's off work, able to do it, so it would have to be some logistics.
Okay, no, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. All right, and juror 66.
Problems.
Okay, juror 67. 68.
So I supplement my social security. Being administrative. Also run an Airbnb.
Okay.
Current, yes.
Okay. Juror 69. No issues. And then going into the far back on this end, juror number 70. No issues. Juror 71. Oh, juror 7.
I would be willing to forego that. They're canceled.
Okay, all right. All right.
And if you gave me a note, I'd probably get my language.
I can, if, you know, and I can do that. For anybody who is here that is missing work or something like that, I can give you a letter that will explain that you're here and not on a beach in Cabo or something like that. So that you can have that for your employer or anything else like that. So, all right, or an airline or whatever. So yes, thank you. Juror 71. Okay. And juror 72.
I have a trip planned to Europe, May 24th through June 1st. Night shift at Amazon, and as it was going to 20 hours, so not just for
Well, I appreciate that, but if you are selected, you're not going to be able to work. Okay, all right. Juror 73.
I have 2 scheduled travel events.
Okay. Juror 74. No issues. Juror 75. The wedding is April 29. Okay. Can you see?
My wife's.
Okay. All right. All right. At this point in time, I'm going to ask the jurors to look around the courtroom. And the question that I have is, do any of the potential jurors know each other? All right. That's good. I've got 2 hands. Sometimes I'll get 1, and that's always interesting. Okay. So juror number 75 far back in this corner, who do you know?
There's some bridesmaid at my wedding.
Okay.
Wedding in Charlotte.
Okay. Well, how come he's going and you're not?
I am.
Oh, you are. You're going to, okay. All right. Same wedding. Okay. All right. And then I thought I saw 2 other hands. Let's see, juror number 55. Who do you know?
Me?
On the end. Yes, sir.
Financial advisor.
Okay. And that would be raising, that would be juror number 39. Okay. All right. Anyone else? And let's see, in the back here, juror number 50. Oh, over. Back, oh, wait. Here. Okay. All right. I had another hand back here. Okay. Okay. All right. For those jurors who know each other, is there anything about that if you were selected to serve as jurors in this? Is there anything, if you were selected to serve as jurors in this case, is there anything that would prevent you or cause you any difficulty in serving with the juror that you know? If so, please raise your hand. Right, no response. Let's see. I'm going to go through a list of reasons that may disqualify you. One of the reasons was already given by juror number 60 if you're working for the DA's office or will be working for the DA's office. But I need to go through some of those other reasons as well. Please raise your hand if any of you are related to the defendant or any of the attorneys. No response. Please raise your hand if you have a relationship of guardian and ward, employer and employee, landlord and tenant, debtor or creditor, or principal and agent to, or are you a member of the household of or partner in business with or surety on bond or obligation for the defendant? That is a really long lawyer question asking for certain legal relationships that you may have with the defendant. Does anybody think they fit in that category? Please raise your hand. No response. Are you now or have you ever been a party in a civil lawsuit involving the defendant or have complained against or been accused by her in a criminal prosecution? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are a witness to any matter related to the crime or its prosecution. Anyone think they're a witness to this case? Response. Please raise your hand if you have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this case. Anyone think they fit in that category? Yeah, no response. Do any of you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution? Please raise your hand. All right, looks like we have a couple. I'm going to go through it the same process that I did before. We had juror number 1. You raised your hand. Yes, sir.
As far as, you're asking if I have any preconceived notions of the case?
It is, do you have the question was, do you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution?
Well, just everything that I've seen, news media coverage, everything like that. Yeah, I pretty much have a good opinion.
And we'll get to that. That'll be a little bit of a separate kind of question, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But would you be able to set that bias aside and decide this case based only on the evidence that you're going to hear in this courtroom?
I can try.
Okay. And I understand that that's a tough question and it's a tough issue. And all I'm asking for is your best and most honest answer, because one of the things that is true in every case is that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Nothing that the media says is evidence. The only evidence comes from this witness stand, or it's an exhibit or something like that. So you'll see somebody come in, you'll see them raise their hand. They swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They sit down, they are questioned by one side, they're cross-examined by the other side. And then if you're selected as a juror, the jurors actually in the state of Colorado have an opportunity to submit questions as well. Whether or not there's a process for that, and if you're selected as a juror, I'll explain what that is. But there's a process to submit questions. Now, none of that happens with the lawyers. The lawyers never get up and take an oath to tell the truth. They never sit in that witness stand and tell you anything. They are here as paid advocates. They're here to try and persuade you to a particular position in the case. The media is not a witness either. They don't come in. They're just reporting back. They may report parts of it. They may not report parts of it. So the question is, and it may be that people have read things about this, heard things, seen things about this case, but the question is going to be, ultimately, can you decide the case on the facts and the instructions that I give you? You can try. Okay. Anyone else in here? Juror 17?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
As this morning, as I stated on the juror form, I would have trouble child abuse or very specifically.
Okay. Can you find me her juror 17? Can you give me her questionnaire? Anyone else in this group? Right in the back on this side. And we'll start in the front. Juror 27 on the end here.
Raise my hand, but I would be willing to sign my.
Okay. Okay. And it sounds like you had some issues, you saw some things, may have formed some opinions. Nothing wrong with that. The question is always whether or not, because it may be that you have read something and then you hear the evidence and you go, well, that's not what was reported. Or you say, well, I don't see it quite that way. So the question always is not whether or not you've read something or seen something, but whether or not you can put that aside and decide the case based on the evidence in this courtroom. And it sounds like the answer is you think you can. Okay. Then we're going to go to juror 23. Yes, ma'am.
I've gone through a similar situation. I have a granddaughter that's in prison for what she did. And it was child abuse and death, resulting in death. So I'm not sure if
Okay. And then on the end, juror 21. Yes, ma'am.
Opinions is being. And I'm not sure that I can hold this at this time.
Okay. And let me tell you, we do a lot of different kinds of trials in the building. And the issue is not, I don't think there's anybody that has ever taken a position in any trial that what happened to a child was a good thing or that it should happen or something like that. The question is whether or not prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt what it's required to prove. And can you decide the case based on that evidence? Do you think that you can do that? In the next row, let's see, juror 38. Yes, ma'am.
Says. I've seen lots of his media coverage. I guess I already have a preconception.
Right. Anyone else in this group over here? Juror, I think 40. Yes, ma'am.
I followed this case.
Okay. And anyone else in that second row? Last row? Anyone in the last row? No? Right, over here. Hands. I have a couple here and there. Juror 30. Yes, ma'am.
I also have.
Okay. And that's a separate issue too. We'll talk about that a little bit differently. So when I get to that, remember to raise your hand, okay? Okay. Anyone? And juror 42? Yes, ma'am. And also in the second row, let's see, Mr. I will get there. Juror 46. Yes, sir. That's you. That is you. Yes, sir.
I went through a similar experience. I lost a family member due and I do not have any like that type of stuff anymore. That person. And it's really something that I
Okay. All right. Next row back. Anyone in the next row back? And the next row behind that, juror 63. Yes, ma'am.
So I would have a bit of a time to decide, just that child abuse in this case. So studied. And so
A what therapist? A play therapist, okay.
kids, and so I'm always an advocate for kids while knowing the mental evidence-based background that I'm learning.
Okay. One else in that row? Uh-oh. Sorry, I must have missed you. Juror number 20, I'm sorry, 33? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff on like. Probably would be a little.
Okay. And again, the issue is, not even going to go into the accuracy of social media. But even with respect to media itself, they can only report what they've heard. And I can tell you that this case has never been tried before. There are people that have never testified before. There are statements that have never been released before. So the issue is, can you set aside what you've seen and heard and decide the case based on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom? Okay. All right, and let me get back to last row again. Okay, hand over there. That would be juror 68. Yes, ma'am. That's you with the hand. Yes.
I was.
Okay. No, that's, no, I appreciate you sharing that. And last row, jurors 71. Yes, sir.
Boy.
Okay. Anyone else in the back row? Looks like we have a hand here. Juror 48. Yes, sir.
Was that military court martial? Dealt with see rape, fiction, and service. Up to that point, I really didn't have any thoughts on child abuse. Pardon my heart. Crimes like that.
Okay. So I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a break. A couple of things. The restrooms are down the hallway. I know that there's a lot of you. And there's only one restroom on this floor. Well, one on each side. Just as you go past the glass doors and then just before you get to the glass doors on the other side. A couple of things before you go. We need to have you back in your seats. We honor the third grade seating chart here. So remember where you are, because when you come back, you have to be in the same place. If you switch places, it causes all kinds of consternation for us. So remember the third grade seating chart. Again, don't discuss this case among yourselves. Excuse me, don't discuss this case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. And if I can have all of you leave the courtroom now and be back at 10:35, and remember where your seats are, and we'll see you then. All rise for the jury, please.
My coats.
Yes, yeah, you can leave anything that you want to leave here in the courtroom, you can leave here in the courtroom. So if you want to leave your coats, backpacks, whatever, you can leave it here.
Thank you.
Thank you for a nice one.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 All right. Looks like they've muted themselves finally there, you guys. But yeah, I think I've heard every excuse now under the sun. Oh. Oh, you didn't miss much, Marie. They're just going through the list of people. Well, they had a courtroom full of potential jurors. Maybe I think they said they were going to have 75 each. Sorry, you guys, I can't mute that, so they should have themselves muted. They started with like 75. They've got
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. At this point in time, Deputy Robinson, do you need to take a restroom break? Okay.
Okay, so obviously they're not muted yet, but the jury pool is left. But anyway, they get about 75 people in there. They first ask who has to be excused. If you've got a good excuse, the judge is going to excuse you. The funniest one, I think.
Judge, you want us to stay in the back hallway for restroom breaks as well? Or?
Yeah, if you need to go out, hey, Todd, open that door and prop it open, see if it will get cooler in here. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little,
Want to go saddle up?
I would mute that, you guys, while they're on break, but I'm scared to mess
Yeah,
up my.
I'm just going to start striking off some names here.
Yeah.
Jack.
We're just saying.
We get the student chart.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, we'll take one too if it can get. No, should have two kinds.
Did you really copy mine or?
What's the line? I saw a line.
Oh, yeah.
I'll get her next.
As soon as they stop yapping, you guys. Okay, there we go. I'm surprised they didn't mute themselves, but anyway, so out of those 75, if you've got a good excuse not to be there, then you're excused. I think the best one so far this morning was the guy that stood up and said, well, I'm going to a wedding, or I was at a wedding, and it was, and he knew personally the DA. So that was, I think, the funniest one.
You're going to read up here.
Yeah, it would be very hard not to be biased.
Shine the red light in your eyes, and by the end of the trial, your mind will have been totally obliterated by the.
It doesn't need much.
Sorry, you guys, if you guys can hear that in the background. We're gonna have flies on the wall. I just turned my volume right down, you guys. So when you guys do hear it start back up, let me know, because I just turned my volume off so you guys aren't getting any feedback.
In the Navy, when we go out to sea, all the lights do that.
Really? Yeah.
Really used to.
Well, I turned it down low anyway. I can still barely hear it. But yeah, so there, and then there was another lady that said that she was involved in another trial where there was a death of a child.
I don't think it.
So I don't know if the judge is gonna get rid of her.
Walking in and reading the statute book. That was a nice touch.
I was doing what?
Reading the statute book very studiously. That was
Yeah, there's flies on the wall. Let me put my headphones on so.
Yeah, in my free
You
time.
guys
I
don't
like
get
to study my Colorado criminal laws and rules annotated.
Right.
Like, I wonder if they even know that we can hear them.
You know, once in a while, you'll be looking through that thing and you're like, damn, I didn't know that.
Okay.
When did they put that in?
Yeah.
They're
I mean,
loud.
not much. You know, we,
Yeah, every once in a while.
you know,
Okay,
this
wait.
isn't our first rodeo, but some.
Okay, can you guys still hear them? One guy just said, it's just audio. We're still on WebEx. It's just audio. Can you guys hear that? Just let me know if you can still hear them talking because, oh, he's going to mute it. Okay. Okay, the judge just muted for the break because everybody's saying we're still on WebEx, and the judge says it's just audio. And then the judge says, well, we can mute for during the break. And they did just mute it. So now I can take these headphones off because they hurt my ears. Turn this back up. Okay. You heard a man's voice saying this isn't our first rodeo? Did you guys hear when the judge says, okay, well, I'll mute it for the break? Or did I have that muted? I sounded distant. Okay, so you guys can hear me loud and clear now, right? It's good to, you know, I mean, I think I'm only going to do this for the first day, you guys. I don't know if I'm going to cover the whole jury selection thing. I might cover days here and there. Well, I got, while we were live with what was going on in the courtroom, I did get an appointment for my MRI and ultrasound and CAT scan. So it's very early on Friday morning. So I'm hoping to be back in time that I can do it. So today we're Monday. So I think I'll do every second day. Because I think today and tomorrow, they're just going to be getting rid of people that have excuses not to be selected for jury. So I'm thinking probably maybe Wednesday, Thursday, they will actually start questioning the jury about how they feel about the case. Do they know about the case and all that? That is going to probably be a little bit more interesting than what's going on here right now. But I think just today and tomorrow, I'll do this maybe until they take a lunch break, maybe. I don't know. Did they say they were going on lunch break? You guys are just taking a 15-minute potty break. Does anybody remember? Okay, I'm clear now. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you so much, Summer. You're the bomb. Okay, so it's just a potty break. Okay, so for those of you that are still here, they're just on a 15-minute break. We'll be returning. Let me just put up a... Let me say that, and I'll put that one up. Just so people coming in don't think that we're just muted or something. Oh, thank you, Marie. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. At least may not feel so great after MRI. The next day I felt eek after mine. I've had the MRI before, Leslie, and I was fine. So I just don't like being enclosed in that machine. The CAT scan is the one that I have the problems with, because if anybody's ever had a CAT scan where they give you an injection of this stuff and your whole torso warms up and it feels like you got to go pee, it's like, oh. Yeah, I think they're just on a 15-minute break. So as soon as they come back, I got my sound back on over here, you guys, because the court's now muted themselves, but well, it's only 10:30 there, right? Because they're 2 hours behind me. It's 12:30 my time, so I think it's 10:30 their time. Yeah. The MRI one is really long, I find, compared to the CAT scan. So far, you guys, there's been quite a few that have been released out of the first 75. I think they haven't been released yet. The judge is going to go over their excuses and see if they're good enough to release them. There has been, I believe, 2 that were automatically released. It was quite funny, actually, because the one guy, he says, I can't serve. I think he was at the DA's wedding or at the same wedding, and they knew each other. They were friends. So the judge automatically, okay, you can go, bye-bye. So if you are any kind of relative or friend or anything of the district attorney or the lawyers or anything involved, you can't be part of the jury. Another interesting thing that I seen the judge ask, and I'm thinking it's because it's such a small place, he asked if there was anybody in the jury that knew somebody else in the jury that would have a hard time sitting on a jury with somebody they knew. So I found that that was interesting. Have to drive in the rain. We'll be listening. Drive safe. Yes. Well, I would rather drive in the rain. The tests that I had to go to last week are about 1 hour and 40 minutes from where I live, to this one specialty hospital. And we got stuck coming back in a snowstorm. So it was like, oh my God. Summer says, I watched a video where a judge threatened to duct tape a defendant's mouth. I wonder if Letecia will get a muzzle. I don't know. But I can honestly, you guys, I'm going to say it. I can see her partway through this trial starting saying, okay, I'm just going to plead guilty. That's what I can see happening, because she does not want to be in that courtroom. And I think having to be there every day for jury selection and then being forced to be there when Gannon's dad and mom and, you know, the family and all the haters are there, I don't think she's going to want to sit through that. I don't know. It's just a gut feeling that I'm getting, you guys. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do you think she's going to go right to the end of her trial? Like, she's tried so many times to get a ruling that she's incompetent or whatever, or crazy or mentally unstable. And that's what another thing I'm worrying about, guys, is I don't know what ended up happening. I guess I can go and check. Let me see if I can check here. Um, Okay, so apparently there was 15 people who indicated they had some sort of bias that could impact their ability to be on the jury, including 3 different people who stated they had family members who were killed in the past and that would make it difficult for them to take part in the trial. Several stated they would struggle not to be biased based on news coverage that they had seen in the past. So there's quite a few. Now, I think there was like 1,300, if I remember correctly, that were given jury notices. So out of that 1,300, now this is why it's going to take, I think, a little longer to get a jury, is because out of the first 75, and they're not even done all the questioning yet. They haven't even got to the questioning phase of those jurors yet. I think there's going to be a lot that are bowing out. Okay, there was another one of the more bizarre ones. Reasons was one man who indicated he is about to begin a job at the prosecutor for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office next month. He was the first one to be dismissed. So that's the guy. It's not that he knew the DA, and he's also about to begin a job at the prosecutor's office for the 4th Judicial District. So he was dismissed right away. Laura Pender, I don't know if that is going to be the case really, because don't forget, she had fired her lawyers and was going to represent herself. And she got all that information. They had to give it to her, right? So she knows what they have against her. And then she decided, forget it, I want lawyers again. She didn't want her same lawyers, so there was a debacle there. They ended up giving her new attorneys. And then she tried the not guilty by reason of insanity plea because of some kind of head injury. That's when they called in that wacky doctor. And I haven't heard anything being submitted by that doctor that was supposed to, remember that had requested the connection to the machine there for 72 hours and CAT scans and all this. I haven't heard them file anything with the court saying that they found stuff that could prove that Letecia was incompetent. I haven't heard any of that. So lovely lyrics. There is no audio being shown. It's only there's no video being shown. It's only audio for jury selection. So I'm going to remove that. A peanut butter sandwich. I don't know. They're lovely lyrics. They're about to start up again. They're on a 15-minute break.
Right.
And they're getting ready to start right now. You can't hear nothing when they are on break. They mute the courtroom when they're on break. So it will be starting up. As soon as it starts up again, you will hear it right here.
Okay. All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. While we were on break, I looked at some of the explanations and some of the comments that had been made. So I'm going to start excusing some people now. And again, it will be by number. Sorry, the people in the back probably couldn't hear me very well. So I'm going to start excusing people now. And again, it will be by number, but we're going to confirm who you are before you go. If I excuse you, you can go ahead and leave the building. You don't need to go back to the jury assembly room or anything like that. You can go on about your business. Here's the really hard part. For the people that remain here, the courtroom is going to look really a little bit bizarre because there's going to be a whole bunch of seats in between you. We are not filling those seats in. The seat that you are in, stay in that seat. So when we take another break, you need to come back to that seat because this is how we have you numbered. So at this point in time, court is going to excuse juror number 1, juror number 3, juror number 4, juror number 5, juror number 6, juror number 10, juror 12, juror 13, 14, 16, 18, is the gentleman down in the, down in the hole there, 19, and I'll have you guys go ahead and leave now. And you do have to take your stuff with you this time. Okay. And then juror 22, first row. Yep, that was your hand. You're right. 22, 23, 25, and 27. 37 be in the sort of teal t-shirt with the glasses. Gentlemen, yes, that you'd be 37, 38, 40, and 41. Juror 50 with the mask on in the back. Juror 51 sitting next to him, and juror 55 on the end. You all can leave as well. Now, while you have to stay in your same seat, you can spread out a little bit more if you would like to. You get a little bit more room. Okay, and then because this group is bigger, I'm going to excuse from the back first. So it would be juror 71, the gentleman there. Yep, you're 71, 72, 73, and 75. You can go ahead and leave. Then next row up on the end, juror 63, juror 64, and juror 68. You can leave now. 68, that's you. Yep, in the glasses. And 63 and 64, you can go ahead and leave too. You're 63 on the end. You're 60, that's all right. You're 63 and you're 64. There you go. And then next row this way, juror 60, who is the woman in the glasses.
60 was the DA that I hired.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what threw me off. See, you guys did great. You did great. You came back, remembered your seats, but it's different because there's one guy's missing. That's right. Okay. Row next from that, forward from that, juror 48 on the end over here. Juror 46, gentleman in the black coat. And juror 42 on the end. You guys can go ahead and leave now. And then in this front row, 3, 48, 46, and 42. No. Oh. In the meantime, in the front row, juror 30. Next to her, juror 31. And juror 33. Oh, hi. That's okay. Be more specific next time. It's all good. All right. Okay, the next question that I have for all of you is, are any of you an employee of any public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? If so, please raise your hand. No response. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone think they're in that category? Juror number 8, or yes, 8.
Wasn't showing a Virginia resident. I live in Colorado Springs.
Okay, and let me clarify for just a moment. It's actually juror number 7. I'm thrown off by the people being missing too. So juror number 7, let me make sure I understand this right. You are a citizen of West Virginia? You are a Virginia resident. Where's your driver's license? No. Where was your driver's license issued? Okay, all right. So you have a Colorado driver's license and you're living here in Colorado. Okay, all right. That counts. So you'd be okay. But thanks for raising the issue. Appreciate it. Anyone else think they're in any of those categories? And one of the reasons why we ask this question is because sometimes if you note the last part of it was, are you a resident of this county? We ask that question because we send out juror summonses about between 4 and 6 weeks prior to the time of a trial. And so we send them to that address, they get forwarded, somebody moves, and they're actually living somewhere else. So that's really what that is designed to address. Does anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you're unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Does anybody think they're in that category? Again, no response. Please raise your hand if you're incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. Anyone think they're in that category? And is it the gout? Okay. And that's juror 32. Okay. I will, let me think about that some, and we'll see where we are. Whoops. Just a second. I think that I have addressed this with questions earlier, but because the dynamics are a little bit different now, let me ask it again. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Juror 36, go ahead.
take her to school.
How old is she? And she gets off of school or out of school when? Okay. Anyone else? Right. Let's go ahead and hand out the witness list now. What's going to happen is the staff is going to be handing you out a witness list. I'm going to give you a few minutes to go over it. It's long. The question that I'm going to have for you at the end is, do any of you know any of the potential witnesses in this case? And once you get done with that list, the attorneys may have a couple others that are not on that list, and I'll ask them if there's anybody else that they're going to add to that. But the question at the end is, do any of you know any of the potential witnesses? And if you see, let's see, I think everybody's got them now. There are notepads and a pen on the bar in front of you. If you need to write something down to check, please don't write on the list. But if you need to write something down, you can do that. So just let us know. And so that the attorneys know that it's coming, we're going to do a 2-minute mini opening statement in just a minute. While we're taking this break, does council need to see the strikes that I had? Would that help? Did you get them as I was going through them?
I can have a copy of the witnesses.
Mr. Allen, are you guys good over here with the strikes that I went through up to speed?
Yeah, the ones that you've already announced, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. All right, it looks like most everybody, does anyone need more time with the witness list? Please raise your hand. Looks like, okay, all right, that's fine. I'm not trying to hurry. I'm just trying to gauge where we are. And when you're done, just pass it to the center or pass it up to one of these, either Mr. Combs or Mr. Sproul.
It's not signed.
I know they give a
All right.
little bit of.
And prosecution, are there any other witnesses which the prosecution may call that were not on that list?
Not that we're aware of at this time, Judge.
I've seen information come out. This is what they may just be.
And from the, and from the defense?
Possibly Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser and possibly an investigator.
So probably going to be asking them.
Does anyone think they know any of the potential witnesses in this case? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like we have a few. Let me get back to my list here. Here, number 11. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I know Investigator Colvin on a professional level.
Okay. And where does Investigator Colvin fit in?
She's one of our DAO investigators, Judge.
Okay. And how do you know Investigator Colvin?
Because I'm a DHS welfare fraud investigator, so I create my own fraud case and give it to her. She then verifies and gets the arrest warrants out from the DA's office on my cases.
I've done some of those. So you work with her on a daily basis?
Not daily, Your Honor, just when I have a case that breaches the statutes of felony fraud.
Okay. And well, let me ask, do you have any knowledge from your contacts with her about this case?
No, Your Honor.
So the concern is that you do know her on a professional basis, work with her regularly, those kinds of things. Do I have that right? Okay. Do you think that you would be able to set aside, well, let me ask, is she a coworker or is she a friend or both?
I would say more a coworker. I don't know on a personal level at all. I just know that she does take a lot of my cases that I give to the district attorney, verifies, looks at my stuff, figures out what statutes the charges will go under, because I don't have that option. I just say this is what they did.
Okay.
And then we discuss those, but we've never discussed anything more than professional case.
Okay. Would you be able to judge her testimony? I don't know whether she's going to testify or not. Let me tell you that.
Okay.
Oftentimes what each side puts on their witness list is somebody that they may call. That doesn't mean that they're going to call them. And it may be somebody that has some peripheral, I mean, for all I know, she may have put in some information on a computer screen one time and that's it, but they need that witness to establish some foundation. It's also possible that there was some investigation by that person. That person will be testifying about a critical piece of evidence in this case. So it could be from one extreme to the other and anywhere in between.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I have for you is, would you be able to judge the investigator's testimony just as you would judge any other testimony that was given by someone?
Absolutely.
Would you find her to be more credible just because you know her? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. And juror number 7? Yes, sir. Okay. And how do you know that person? Oh, you were both in the military together? Okay. Do you know this person since they left the military? Oh, he's still in the military. Probably not the same guy, is it?
Probably, can we get a copy of that list back so we can follow along?
Sure. I need one too.
Thank you.
And what was the name again? Ian Marks. Okay. And prosecution, how does Mr. Marks fit into the case?
Judge, he's more the way you described the very peripheral type witnesses. The chances that we actually call him is very, very low.
Is this person actually in the military though?
I don't know that off the top of my head. We can look into that though.
Okay. Let me ask you then, check into that while we're talking about it. Juror number 7, let me ask you, if Mr. Marks were to testify, would you be able to judge his testimony just as you would anyone else's testimony? Would you give it any greater or lesser credibility because of I'm not even exactly sure what your contact is with him. Okay. Okay. So would you be able to just judge his testimony just as you would anyone else's? Okay. Anyone else in this group? No. All right. Back here, anybody know any of the witnesses? Juror 36. I didn't hear that last part all the way. She what? Okay. Okay. And how well do you know her, or do you just know her in a professional capacity, or? Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. And how long have you known her? Okay. Okay. And is she a friend, a work acquaintance, or what? Would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would anyone else's testimony? There's no right or wrong answers here. Okay. All right. Anyone else in this group? Okay, let me go in the far back there. Juror 49.
Your Honor, I did not hear the second additional witness from the defense. I
Sorry.
apologize.
Caitlin Breck, she's an investigator.
I'm good.
You're good. Okay. All right. And then juror 53.
I'm not sure about Greg Horsley. The name sounds familiar to me. It's not close, or it is not someone I'm close to, so I don't have a problem.
Okay.
And the other one is Doug Niederhauser. My wife has worked as a professional. My ex-wife has worked with her.
Okay. Anything about that you think would cause you any difficulty judging her testimony?
I think so.
Okay. In this group, anybody know any of the potential witnesses? And then let's see, we are juror 58. Yes, sir.
Detective Mike Boggs, I work.
So, well, let me ask, more than 3 years ago? Okay. All right. So anything about that you think would cause you any difficulty judging his testimony? All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else over in this group? Is there anyone that I missed? And let me go to juror 39. Do you know anybody on the witness list, sir? In the blue shirt? Do you know anybody on the witness list? Okay. All right. All right. At this point in time, I'm going to give the attorneys an opportunity to provide you with sort of it's a mini opening statement. It will be, it's going to be about 2 minutes long, and it's going to be their opportunity to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors. Remember that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. with that, prosecution?
Thank you, Judge. And is it okay if I stand sort of, I don't need to be in
Yeah.
front of the microphone?
No, you can use the well. You can wander around. That's fine. Just speak up so that they can hear you.
So the case that you're going to potentially be sitting on involves a young boy named Gannon Stauch. He was 11 years old on the weekend of January 26th, which was a Sunday. And he was left in the care of his stepmother, the defendant, at their home in the Lorson Ranch area, which is sort of southeast part of Colorado Springs, very close to the airport. Gannon's father, Al Stauch, is in the National Guard and had traveled to Oklahoma early that Sunday morning for training, leaving Gannon with the defendant. Sometime that night, Gannon suffered some burns. And then the next day, on the 27th, which was a Monday, he suffered some really horrific injuries, including multiple stab wounds, blunt force trauma to the head, and gunshot to his jaw. The person, again, that was in custody or control of Gannon was the defendant. And the evidence will show that the defendant hid some evidence up by Palmer Lake, a bloody board, and potentially some other information, and then drove Gannon's body to Florida and dumped him in a suitcase over a bridge over an estuary or a river, and then was eventually arrested in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. You'll hear lots of testimony about forensics, including cell phone forensics, showing travel locations, evidence about crime scene processing, including blood pattern analysis. And at the end of all of this evidence, 6 weeks roughly of evidence, we will come back to you and ask you to find the defendant guilty of the crimes that the judge has already laid out. One of the big issues is that the defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So you will have to weigh out whether she's guilty or not guilty based on the charges that we'll present to you, and also weigh out whether insanity existed at the time that these offenses occurred, and whether that weighs into her inability to form the intent required to commit these offenses. Really, the very boiled down way to look at that is, could she understand back then, on January 27th, 2020, the difference between right and wrong? And we will come back to you asking you to find that she could understand the difference from right and wrong and find her guilty of the crimes that we've already laid out for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Defense, Mr. Tellini.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about 8 weeks worth of evidence. There are all kinds of people come from all over the country. You're going to hear evidence about cell phones. You're going to hear evidence about computers. You're going to hear evidence about Facebook. There are literally going to be days and days of evidence. But what you will not hear from this side of the table is any type of reasonable explanation why Letecia Stauch would have done this. We hear from friends, neighbors, teachers, other people that all that they observed is that she was a loving stepmom. She was a loving stepmom to Gannon. You'll hear evidence from experts and other people about her unraveling mental state in the weeks leading up to this homicide. You'll hear evidence how finally in the day before this horrific event, due to numerous mental health issues that she has, she snapped and was in a psychotic state. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe it will be clear that the only explanation for this horrible act was that Ms. Stauch was insane at the time that it occurred. Thank you.
All right. In this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I will give you. Even if you have heard or read something in the media, the real question is whether or not you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in this courtroom. Is there anyone here who thinks they cannot do that? Juror, start in the front here. Juror 17. Yes, ma'am. Tell me what the issue is.
Yes, sir. I suffered abuse at the hands of a neighbor at 8 and 9. I do carry a lot of anger about it, and I would like to sit here and tell you that I could go through with this without bias, but I just can't tell you that for sure.
Okay, that's fair. And juror number 9, did you have your hand up? Yes, yes, ma'am. Or I'm sorry, you are 8. I'm sorry. Bring me off again. The empty seats. See, I get confused too. All right, juror number 8.
I thought I don't think I can make this be not biased on what I've heard. And
Anyone else in this group? No. How about back here? Anyone back there? No. Um, hold on. That is juror 35. Go ahead. Okay. All right. The question is whether or not you can hold the prosecution to their burden of proof, and they have to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. They also have to prove that she was sane beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's their burden to prove all of that. The question is, do you think, okay. All right. Anyone else in that group? Okay. And anyone over here in the back? And this is what's going to throw me off here. I think you're juror number 67. Yes, ma'am. That's all right. It's okay. What interview are you talking about? Oh, okay. Okay. And just so that I understand exactly what it is you're talking about, she's being interviewed by a news person and she's standing with her back to the camera. Is that the one that you're talking about? Okay. Anyone else in this group? No? All right. I want to go through some instructions, and especially an instruction that you will receive later that is especially important for you to consider now. You may hear the attorney's comment on the law at various points of the case. However, you are to be guided by what I say about the law. In this case, every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all of the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. That means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because you've not heard any evidence in this case, and the defendant is presumed innocent. And that doesn't change because the attorneys got up and told you what they think the evidence is going to be, because nothing that they say is evidence. In addition, someone in a few moments, the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. But somebody else may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong, or else you wouldn't be here. However, that is an improper question under our system of justice. We don't just randomly select people from the street to suddenly appear in a courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of the charges against this defendant. However, the charges against the defendant are not evidence either. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may also find it helpful to think of this process as sort of similar to a recipe in a cookbook. That's because the charges, once you see them, have certain things in them that the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, for instance, suppose that you wanted a Denver omelet, and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up and you added some ham and you added some mushrooms. In that case, you might have a really nice ham and Swiss omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. If the prosecution charges the defendant with a Denver omelet, they have to prove a Denver omelet. There's no substitutions on the menu that are allowed. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what it has charged and not something else. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you would need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everybody wants to be fair, right? And you can only do that if you hear from both sides, right? However, that is an improper question because that's not the process that is followed in a court of law. This isn't the Jerry Springer or Maury Povich show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the charges that it brought. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. Stated differently, the defendant does not have to present any evidence or any testimony. In fact, I suspect they're not, but defense counsel could choose to take a nap at defense counsel table, and it would not change the prosecution's obligation to prove every element of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That's because it is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. Now, sometimes you'll hear when you're talking with friends or family or acquaintances, or sometimes the attorneys will ask a question designed to elicit a response from you similar to, well, I know that if I were accused of something, I would make sure I took the stand and told my side of the story. As I indicated earlier, that's kind of a trick question because that's not the process that we follow in a court proceeding. In any event, does anybody here know statistically what the #1 psychological fear is in the population? It rates higher than a fear of death, and most people find it scarier than meeting up with a rattlesnake. Public speaking. So, of course, what we do is we bring you all down and ask you questions in front of a lot of other people asking you for responses to those questions. All of you have been subject to questioning by myself. In a few minutes, you'll be subject to questioning from the attorneys. And I want you to think on that experience for a moment. Were you nervous? If you had a choice, would you have chosen not to be questioned? And none of you were questioned in front of a jury, and none of you were either a witness or been accused of a crime in this case. The bottom line is that it is possible that the defendant won't testify. It's possible that the defendant will testify. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't, the question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged? Is there anyone who thinks that they cannot follow that process? Please raise your hand. Is there anyone who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant before deciding the issues in this case? Please raise your hand. No response. All right, and at this point in time, I'm going to excuse Juror 17 in the front, Juror 8 in the back, and Juror 67. You're all, I'm going to excuse you at this point in time, and you can go ahead and go on about your business. All right, we've asked you all questions about the length of the trial and publicity and those sorts of things. I do want to ask some questions about the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Give me just a moment. Is there anyone who has, and I may have already excused this juror, is there anyone who has an issue simply with the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity? All right, and let me start back here first. Juror 52, you raised your hand. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, I'm probably gonna be a witness in the Stauch trial. My best friend was Andrew husband and both himself. Guardian son, he's really a nephew, but they had guardianship of him.
Oh, okay, all right, that made a little more sense to me. Go ahead.
And his plea is insane. So how much I hear about. And he's friends with nearly murder.
How long ago did that happen? Okay. And that case, is it here in El Paso County? All right, and has it been scheduled for?
And that evaluated one point being, other point.
It sounds as though then that case is probably being prosecuted by Mr. Allen's office. It's a criminal case. Do I have that right? Okay. Has anyone, I guess on either side, spoken with you about the process of how evaluations occur and what it means to be found insane or not insane? Okay. So you're looking at be in that case and wondering how can this possibly be? Is that, do I have it sort of right? Okay. And I suspect I've done sanity cases before. And that's actually, frankly, a fairly common issue is how did all of this occur? And you would, if you are selected to serve as a juror, about what it is that you're supposed to look at and what the law is governing a plea of not guilty by reason. I don't want to read them at this point in time. It's hard to put them in context until you actually have the evidence to see what they are. But the question would be whether or not you think that you would be able to decide the issues in this case and make a determination regarding whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was sane at the time that the offense was committed in this case. Okay, all right. And then juror number 53, you had raised your hand.
My ex-wife.
That's right. Yeah.
And I have a bias against Wellfield in general because she used her knowledge to.
When you say she, do you mean your ex-wife or some? Okay, go ahead.
And said that I was the problem in the marriage. And there was problems in the marriage. I take some responsibility. I just struggle with that.
Okay. And how, tell me a little bit about the kind of work that your ex-wife did. I remember that she worked in the mental health field. What was it that she did?
She deals with, she's at LPC, licensed professional counselor, and she works with trauma.
Does she work in a hospital or is it a private practice?
Does private practice now. She did work at Suitcase.
How long ago was that?
That was May.
Okay. And when did you separate?
Separated. Last time it was August, I think. The divorce was final.
So August of last year? Okay. And when she came home, was she telling you about, in general, the patients that she had seen, the issues that she was dealing with, those kinds of things?
General, yes.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of what knowledge you may have about sanity or not guilty by reason of insanity from your wife.
Just that based on her experience that there are broken people, and I fully agree with that, but she said that there are also people that.
Okay. All right. Did I get everybody over here? How about over here? Any hands over here? Nope. All right. All right. Council approach, please. So give me just a moment, and I think we're going to take an early lunch break. So give me just a moment. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to excuse juror 32 here in the front row. The gentleman with gout, you don't need to come back. I will also excuse juror 52 and 53 in the back. I will give them a chance to leave, and then I'll talk with you for just a little bit longer here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early. That'll do a couple of things. First of all, the lawyers have a lot of work to do because they're going to be looking through questionnaires. And when we come back, here's what you can expect. The attorneys will each have 45 minutes to question you regarding topics that they want to cover. And then when we come back, the prosecution will start. Prosecution has the burden of proof, so they almost always go first. And they will start asking questions of everyone. They're going to ask questions of everyone in the courtroom as opposed to just the people in the box. If you are in this room, you should anticipate that you will be on this jury in this case. It may not be today. As I said, we hope to start evidence on April 3rd, but you should anticipate that you're going to be on the jury in this case. So if there are issues that you need to raise or want to raise, you need to tell us those because I can't do anything about it after we have selected the jury. So the attorneys will start their questioning. They'll have 45 minutes per side. At the end of that questioning, what will occur is that I'll send you out in the hallway again for a break. And actually, I'll send you out in the hallway at the end of the prosecution's questioning so that you're not sitting there for an inordinately lengthy period of time. Then we'll have you come back. Defense will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. Then what will occur is the attorneys will come up here and we will have we will have some discussion about potential challenges for cause. And then I will excuse those jurors. Then we will have some jurors left. I do not anticipate that we will have all of the jurors that we need out of today. So that's why we have set aside 2 weeks to select the jury in this case. While the attorneys and I are having a conversation up here, you get to listen to, we don't play music, you get that instead. But it's wonderful white noise, so I don't know what hertz or frequency it at, but should put you at ease. So in any event, we will then have some jurors who are qualified to be on this jury. We will have those jurors come back on April 3. We'll give you a card about that. Here's what a couple of things to keep in mind. First of all, when we take our break, you're free to leave the courthouse. There is a bistro that's in the basement. I think it's open today. Yeah, okay. There's a bistro that's in the basement. Most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. A few of them are south on Tejon. But come back and be back in place at, say, 1:15. We'll open the doors at 1:15 to allow everybody back in so that we can start at that point in time. I cannot start until everybody is here. So I need everybody to be here on time. And then we will be able to go. You've heard a little bit about what this case is about. You've had a lot of questions from me. You're going to have even more from the attorneys. Do not go online or check anything about this case. Okay. Don't check out the attorneys. Don't check out myself, any of the staff that are involved. Don't do any investigation about any aspect of this case. Once this case is done, or once your obligation is done here and you're released, you can do all of that you want, but you cannot do it in the meantime. So if you run into a story that mentions, oh, this jury is going, just swipe right or left or whatever it is that you do. I don't know. If you are on a page and you're looking at a newspaper and you see something about it, go to the next page. I'm not saying that you can't be on the internet. I'm not saying that you can't watch TV or listen to the radio or anything like that. But if you start to hear something or see something that has to do with this case, ignore it. Change the station, move the page, do something else, flip the newspaper over, whatever it is that you need to do. So with that, if we can have everyone back at 1:15, stacked up in the hallway at 1:15. We've got lots of benches out there, and there are a lot fewer of you now than there were this morning. So there should be plenty of room out there, but be there at 1:15. Also, please, 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 while you're in the hallway, I know that it's uncomfortable, and I know that this whole process is uncomfortable. But please stay quiet out there. There's still other business that's going on in the courthouse and in this hallway. We don't want to interrupt or disrupt what's going on elsewhere. So with that, we'll see you all back at 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so there we go. Can you guys hear me now? I do believe that they will mute the courtroom while they are on break. So I'm going to put a banner up. I will be on and off. Okay, thanks, Kimmy. They're all running for omelets now. Okay, so let me get this banner.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So the plan is we will bring them back at 1:15. Prosecution will have their 45 minutes, and then the defense. Does anyone have anything else they want to raise at this point in time? Mr. Allen?
Not from us, Judge.
Defense, either side?
Yes, Your Honor, I know that
Go ahead.
Your Honor has already denied my motion for further voir dire. I don't know if Your Honor would consider when we bring back everybody on Monday for I'm on April 3rd.
Oh, okay.
At that point in time, allowing each side to have 30 to 45 minutes. And the reason being, Your Honor, is right now, almost the entire focus, I believe, is on challenges for cause. If we could, then we have the panel come in, have 30 to 45 minutes so that we can intelligently exercise preemptory challenges. I think that would be helpful. I don't think that will put us behind schedule at all, but I think just with the issues we're dealing with cause today and just 30, 45 minutes for other issues, so that we can effectively intelligently use our preemptory challenges.
Yeah, I'll give it some thought.
Okay.
It's, I wouldn't allow, extensive questioning. And when they come back, I'm going to ask them if things have changed, and that may raise some questions anyway.
Yes.
But I'm not set in stone. I'll give it some thought.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we need to have Ms. Stauch back in place and ready to go at 1:15. I think that's it. The hard part is going to be getting them back in here in the places that they're supposed to be. And I will give some thought to some other potential challenges, and we'll see where we go. So with that,
All rise.
we'll be in recess.
Hey, Jack, we can leave our stuff in here. I take it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me,
I don't know why I was typing to the screen when I could have talked. Okay, so let me get this banner up. Oh, I better put, hang on. Okay, I'm just going to leave it like that. Oh, she's going to hate having to sit there through all of this. Like, she didn't even want to get street clothes for any of this. She's just going to be there in her jail clothes. So March 23rd, 2020, death penalty was abolished. So, yeah, she was charged on March 2nd. She was arrested on March 2nd. I think charged a couple days before that because they had to go all the way to Colorado to get, or South Carolina or whatever, to arrest her. I know her day of arrest was March 2nd. And then they found Gannon's body. I believe it was March 11th. Let me just check that. Hang on. Oh, Letecia ain't going to get no bistro. Letecia going to get a peanut butter and jam sandwich or a bologna sandwich. She ain't getting no omelet, that's for sure. I'm not allowed any of that stuff. I'm not allowed eggs, red meat, nothing until they figure this out. So now I'm hungry for one. I'm never hungry for one until I know I can't have it. So anyway, okay, you guys, I'm going to mute for a bit. I will be in and out of chat during this break, but I do have a few things that I've got to do in the meantime while they are on lunch. So I will be back here probably for good at 1. I'm going to leave the stream up so that way if they do come back sooner or whatever, the stream is still here. I don't have to make up a new stream or nothing. So this stream will stay running, and as soon as it starts again, it will be on this stream again. Okay, so if you guys want to stay in the room and chit chat and carry on, that's fine. I'm going to ask, please be respectful. No cursing, swearing. Please don't mention other channels, stuff like that. I do have some mods in the room. I don't know if they are going to be staying in the room, but I will check in every few minutes while I'm doing my house cleaning. I'm going to try and get some of that done while my back is feeling okay to do it. So I will be here on and off. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself now. Play nice, you guys. Hello, everyone. So it should be starting up again in about 20 minutes. And I've got some information. So the count is 48 of the 75 people. Like I said, they were bringing the prospective jurors in 75 at a time. We've seen how it went this morning, the process. They're going to repeat that again with 75 new people this afternoon. So 48 of the 75 people told the judge that the length of the trial would be a significant impact to their lives, okay? So 15 of those people indicated they had some kind of bias that would impact their ability to be on the jury, including 3 people who stated they had family members who were killed in the past and that it would make it difficult for them to take part in the trial. Several others stated that they would struggle not to be biased on the news coverage and everything that they have seen. So it's clear now why this is going to take so long. So I'm hoping that today, tomorrow, maybe even Wednesday, within those 3 days, they can get at least 12 jurors with 6 alternates. That would be good for the jury. Now, I was wrong there. They're not bringing in 75 more new people. What they're doing is the people now that have been broken down and kept from that jury pool of 75 this morning, they are now going to be questioned by the attorneys. So the attorneys on each side, the DA and Letecia's attorneys, will be questioning now the jurors that are left out of that first 75. And they're going to ask specific questions regarding how they feel about possible outcomes, about, what their opinions are towards maybe charges like this or the death penalty or stuff along those lines. So it's going to be up to the DA and the defense now. I believe they're going to be doing that and probably wrap for the day. And then probably do this all over again each day until they've got their jury of 12 for the jury and 6 alternates. I am scanning some other places here, you guys, to see if there's any more information that came out. Okay, so for what I'm seeing here, it's not 12 jurors. It's a 16-person jury, 4 of which will be deemed alternates. Yeah, so 12-person. So 12 out of 16, there'll be 4 alternates. They usually take 6, but they're saying now this is only going to be 4 alternates. I agree with you, Summer. I'm just eating in between talking here, getting ready for this to start again. It took me a bit to get something made that I'm allowed to eat. I told the doctor, give me a list of stuff that I can eat. It'll be shorter. So I just made something up here. So trying to get it into me before this starts.
Oh, hell no. Summer, if I was on liquids, it would be straight coffee. No, there's just until they figure out if it's my gallbladder or not, there's certain things I got to stay away from, and they happen to be all my favorite stuff. Chicken has to be boiled or broiled. You know, that kind of diet. No red meat. Try and stay away from dairy stuff as much as I can. Pasta, stuff like that, I can't eat. Okay, so it's not going to be long, you guys, before they're back, but listen, I had mine removed and I feel for you. Yeah. I just can't wait. I got the test. I did get the call though, Summer. So I'm going in Friday early morning to get all those tests done. So that's good because then I can get back home and get back online to cover this again. I do think that they're going to have a jury selected probably by, I'm going to say the 28th or 29th. Oh, great. Thank you for that, though, Summer. Okay, I'm just looking around here, you guys, at what other people are saying that are there. Yeah, the judge is done putting up with anything that's going to delay this trial or anything. I do think at the end, just before they broke for lunch, before they cut the audio for the court, one of the lawyers, I think for Letecia's side, was inquiring about the report from that doctor, Dr. Lewis, I think it was, that was supposed to, she's the one that is pro criminals. She's the one that tries to get all these people off their criminal charges by saying they got a brain injury. Oh, well, welcome, Pierrette. It's good to have you here. Welcome. Yeah, so yeah, I'm dying to know too. It's like, is there even a report? Because remember, she was supposed to have already put that report in, but didn't. Let me just check move everything off my calendar here. And let me see. I think the judge gave them, let me see. Okay, Letecia was last in court on the 9th. I think he gave her, wasn't it to the like 16th or 17th or something, to get that report to them? Yeah. Summer, she's the one, she says, like, I think she, don't quote me. That's why I don't like talking about things that I can't verify, but I'm going to say this because I think it's Ted Bundy. I think she did a case study or something on. It's one of them serial killers. And there's been a couple serial killers that she's gotten off on insanity pleas. And that's what she was trying to do for Letecia, because Letecia knew her goose was cooked. Yes, a very warm welcome for Pierrette. It's a lovely French name. I know she uses unorthodox methods in her testing and everything too, and she has unorthodox values and views and everything else. So, we did hear about Rosie, and apparently she is just taking a full break from YouTube. She is fine. She is fine. But she's taking a full break from, I guess, YouTube. So I can't wait for her to come back. And she's got to take care of herself first. I say that to everybody. It's health and your well-being first over anything else. So she is okay. And I was told that she was just taking a break. And I know she had a lot of things going on in her life, so it's understandable. I don't want to get too much into her personal business, but I mean, I get it. So yes, but it is good to know that she is okay. I was happy to hear that. Okay, let me just... So, oh, that was another thing. Do you guys remember Spencer Wilson? He was the reporter that talked to Letecia when Letecia didn't want the camera on her face, so they only had to show the back of her. Do you guys remember him? No, they're just about ready to come back from break, Piedette. Another 5, maybe 10 minutes, they should be back. Because it's just past 5 after, so it's about 6 minutes past 3 Eastern, and they're coming back at 3:15 Eastern. So we've got about under 10 minutes. But do you guys remember that reporter, Spencer Wilson, who had interviewed Letecia, and she had her back turned to the camera and she wouldn't face the camera? Do you guys remember that? He's with W News now. I don't know if he was with a different news station, but he's with I think CBS News Colorado now. Anyway, he wanted to cover the case, okay? Because a lot of us, when we start a case, it isn't just let's throw what we get out there and then forget about it. I follow from my very first read that I do right through to the end of the trial. For all these big cases, that's what I do. I did that with the Barry Morphew and everything. That's another nightmare. But anyway, he wanted to cover it, but he can't because he's been subpoenaed as a witness. So there's going to be, once the actual trial starts, opening statements, there's going to be somebody else that's going to have to be covering it. And I can't imagine, because he covered this from day one, right? And now he's been subpoenaed. So he can't even cover it. He can't even follow through it. And I know as a creator, and I can just assume as a news reporter, it would be similar, that when you start something, you want to finish it. And he can't. So that's got to be heartbreaking for him. And he was a good guy. He was a good guy. Well, he is a good guy. It's just, it's sad that he can't, finish what he started because he's been called as a witness. And at that point, he was working for KKTV, and now he's working for CBS News in Colorado. No, they are calling him Piedette. They are calling him. He is a witness. And I believe he's going to be a witness because he did this one-on-one interview. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hang on. Oh, I don't want to stop sharing my screen. Crap. Okay, hang on. I'm going to put this in the chat. If you guys want to take a look at it before this starts back up, you got about 5 minutes. But this is the interview that I was talking about. That's the link to it right there. And that's when he was with KKTD. Exactly. Exactly. I'm sure there is, Dawn, Summer Dawn. And Spencer saw T's care. Yes. So he's going to be able to attest to what vehicle she was in, who was in that vehicle with her. Okay. Because you're claiming to be crazy. A crazy person that is insane like that would not be able to put this all together. Don't forget, she had to rent a truck. She had to rent this. She had to rent that. She had to go and get the body from where she had it hidden, put it in whatever vehicle she was taking, because don't forget, they took her Tiguan. So she had another vehicle that she was going to be driving out to South Carolina in. So she had to go and get Gannon's body from wherever she had it hidden, get it in that car, and start hightailing it out of town. So I believe it could have been like, well, I'm wondering right now, if you go and you check out that link I just put up, as he's interviewing her, if I remember correctly from this interview, this was like almost 2 years ago. This was January 31st, 2020. So 4 days after Gannon went missing, presumed missing, he did this interview. And I'm wondering, like he said, like there was a moving truck and everything parked right there beside where they were doing the interview, and another car and this and that. Was Gannon in that car already? You know, like it's eerie. Or did she leave this interview, go get Gannon's body, and then join up with the caravan again? I don't know. It's going to be something, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm going to take this off because they are about ready to start at any minute. So they will be starting back up. You'll hear them come in. I don't have it muted, so you will hear them come back in when they start up. Okay, so I just got to get some of this written down, you guys. Just give me a second here. Before this starts back up, I got to get this written down so I don't forget. Oh, snap. I can't show you this right now, you guys, but this is an order that the judge just made just before before today. So I'm assuming this is like Friday. And it says, This is an order directing use of all force reasonably necessary to secure the attendance of the defendant at trial. This matter comes before the court for this review. This matter is set to commence trial on March 20th, 2023. At times in the past, the defendant has chosen not to appear for court proceedings. Defendant must appear for each day of trial. If defendant appears and chooses not to be present for trial, she will be held in a holding cell in the courthouse, and the court will have her brought to the courtroom at various times during the day to see if she has changed her mind regarding attending her trial. This will be the process each day the defendant chooses not to be present for her trial. However, defendant must be transported to the courthouse every day on which trial is held. And they are, the judge gave them, hang on a sec. A direct order directing use of all force reasonably necessary to secure her attendance. So if she doesn't go into the courtroom, they are going to hold her in the courthouse in a holding cell, and the court will go and get her every now and then and bring her to the courtroom where the judge will ask her if she wants to attend yet. If not, she's held back in that little tiny little room where you get nothing. You got a bench to sit on and 4 walls to look at. Oh, snap. So that's something new. I didn't see that before. Just give me a sec, you guys. Okay, sorry, you guys. I was just checking on something here. Okay. So any minute now, you guys, they will be back. Let me just see here. Let me refresh this. See if the reporters are back in the courtroom. Okay, so another note coming out of the courtroom is Letecia's trial was slated for 6 weeks, and now they are saying it's probably going to be about 8 weeks long. Judge Werner dismissed 3 more jurors. And I do believe he dismissed a few more before the lunch break. So I think they've got around 25 right now that are potentials for jury. So you guys, if this goes quick today, like from what I'm reading right now, like, and I will stop talking as soon as this clicks back on, because they are going to get ready to start up again. Let me just check over here. Yeah, so any minute now. Right now, they've out of the first 75, and this is what we're going to hear next. It's going to be the DA and the defense questioning these 32 jurors that are left out of the first 75. If they can get 12 plus 4 out of these 32, they could start the trial tomorrow. So I'm glad we came back for this afternoon, you guys. This is going to be the most interesting part that is coming up right now, you guys, because this is where they are going to decide if the 32 that are left are going to be staying or if they're going to be dismissed. So let's hope out of these 32 that are left, if they could get 16, so half of them as suitable for a juror, then we don't even got to do this again tomorrow. Now, would they start the trial immediately tomorrow? I don't know. I would assume that they would want to get this going ASAP. What do you guys think? Yeah, she's being forced to have a jury trial because it's a death penalty case. Oh, I'm sure they do, Summer. Like I said, we're just waiting for the judge to get in, you guys, and this will be starting up. Pierre, the thing is, they don't know how long it's going to take to get a jury, right? So whatever time it takes. Okay, so they're coming back, you guys. You can see them up on the, whoops. I just seen the thing around here. Every trial is different, Pierre. Every trial is different.
But he has returned to
They're
the
back.
courtroom. All right.
Here we go, you guys.
At this point in time, I'm going to turn the questioning over to the attorneys. I have limited the time of the attorneys at various aspects of this trial. This is one of those. So if it appears that they're rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. And again, do I have freedom to move about?
You do, yeah. You just have to be careful because when you have your back to Kathy like that, it's sometimes hard for her to hear. And also don't stand between the juror and the court reporter. That makes it worse.
If you have permission to throw something at me if I violate those rules. How's everybody doing after lunch today? Everybody ready to have a discussion? So I love that when you have that sort of a signature laugh. That's good. So Judge talked about this earlier this morning. One thing I want to make sure that we all understand when we start this process is that we're here for a conversation. If I stand up here and talk the whole time, we're not going to accomplish what we need to accomplish, which is finding out whether you're a good juror for this case or you're maybe not a good juror for this case. That's what this all is all about. And the judge mentioned this earlier about the public speaking aspect of it. Even though you might be shy about public speaking, please raise your hand and speak up to further that discussion on these different topics. I'll give you an example. Back in school, I hated to get up and do my public presentations to the class. And so I would sit in the back of the classroom worrying about it the whole time, trying to put it off to the very last second. And then, of course, I become a lawyer and a politician who gets elected to office. So shows you how smart I am as far as that stuff goes. But anyway, so will everybody promise to engage in this discussion about these different talking points? Yes? All right, perfect. So tell me what you think about when I say the word Lady Justice. What comes to your mind? And raise your hand if you have something to put in on it. Yes, very in the back. And I think you are 49, yep.
Pick up the Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty
Yeah.
and the flag, okay. Anybody else have any ideas in their mind? Mr. Sinister Life, number 28?
Blind, blind justice, holding scales with the blindfold. It's balancing on the evidence, the way the evidence is supposed to grasp back earlier.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to is that Lady Justice depicts our American justice system in that she's holding a sword, and that would be the judge when somebody's found guilty that's the punishment part, right? These scales are to weigh out the facts in the law. But the most important part of Lady Justice in my mind is that blindfold. And the reason for that is bias and can't have sympathy towards somebody, right? Whether it's defense side or prosecution. So let's talk about that aspect of it. Why would bias in favor of one side or the other be a bad thing in this situation? Yes, ma'am, and you are 21. And bear with me, I'm going to do that every time just so the court reporter knows who is talking.
Bias influences not the bias. How we let them.
Exactly right. What we do here is, in this phase of it at least, is trying to find jurors that can be good for this particular case and can weigh out the facts and the law. You've heard a little bit about the charges already, but have any of you had any part of the law explained to you as it relates to this case? The answer should be no, right? We haven't talked about any of that stuff. And so the other thing I want to get across is keeping an open mind. We're going to be talking about a lot of concepts. And keep in mind that idea of having an open mind and listening to whatever the judge tells us the law is, because the judge will be the one that tells us what the law is that applies to the case, what the facts are. Who do you think gets to choose what the facts are going to be in a particular case? Who chooses that? Listening. And you are
15.
15, thank you.
The attorneys?
The attorneys? Good guess. And you are number 24, I believe? Okay, perfect. So when a case comes to a prosecution, it just comes to us as the case. We don't go out and get people to say particular things one way or the other. It's just statements and facts that come to us. Does anybody have any different opinions about that aspect of it? And I know that at least one person here sat on a grand jury before. Who was that person? Yes, well, I won't say your name, but number 29. So you've got some experience in sort of being that charging capacity in a grand jury. Tell us what your thoughts are as it relates to that concept.
Process, but to have all these pieces of evidence brought to you and being the decision making mother of helping decide whether it's enough to go to trial. I think that still it was all brought to us, but there was a point of time where we asked for more information. And to get information. question, but that was my experience in that, you know. I think that, you-
So the, what you're talking about there, where you heard some evidence that came in that was presented to witnesses, but then the grand jury got to decide, hey, we want more answers on this particular issue. And so you directed an investigation, right? Meaning that you were able to hopefully uncover additional facts that weren't presented to you. But the facts were still just what the facts were. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the burden of proof in that particular circumstance was to get to a charging decision, correct? You remember what that burden of proof was called? Does probable cause sound familiar? Okay, so tell us what you think that means. And I apologize for putting you on the spot, but having a grand juror here is a really good talking, somebody that can give us a perspective.
For us, in room that, we did, so this was. And with scenario was, is there enough in front of us? Evidence in front of us to actually ask a jury. Or is it so thin that it wasn't worth time? Everyone's time.
And then in your understanding, or if anybody else wants to chime in on this particular topic, please raise your hand. But in your understanding, is there a higher burden when you get further down the road into a trial process?
Yes.
Do you know what that's called? Okay. Those are definitely words, yeah. Anybody else want to chime in on what the next higher burden is? And I'm going to jump back here. I'll get to you in just a second, but juror 49.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's exactly where I wanted to go. So what does that phrase mean to you, ma'am, Miss Juror 49?
A reasonable person. They have doubt, and if the jury is reasonable. If there's any doubt that the elements are met.
How do you figure out whether something is reasonable or not?
That's what the jury. All minds. Considering all the evidence presented.
Very good. Anybody else have any thoughts on that concept? What is reasonable and what beyond a reasonable doubt means? Yes, sir. And you are number 28.
I just think that all the kind of talk and all of the show that circumstantial evidence isn't. How they were, all the different things, so getting all that information.
So now we're talking about a different concept and I want to delve into it. Circumstantial evidence, what does that phrase or that combination of words mean to you?
It's not eyewitness, it's not eyewitness testimony for se, like, not a person telling you what they saw and what they remembered. It is forensic evidence, it is cell phone records, all those types of things that allow an investigator to piece together a set of circumstances and track someone through a timeline. Make sure that, yeah, we know that they were in this place at this time with these people because of these other things that are not eyewitnesses. They corroborate eyewitness or they contradict eyewitness.
So one concept that is spot on is that the law says that direct evidence, so eyewitness testimony, maybe surveillance video that shows somebody stealing a candy bar, that kind of stuff is direct evidence. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as strong as direct evidence, meaning that those other things that you can prove circumstantially, that something happened, is just as valid as that direct evidence. Does anybody have a problem with that concept? Or think that they could not follow that part of the law? Not seeing any hands. Thank you for that. So you probably noticed when we were here this morning, when we finally got these juror packets, that both sides were rifling through these things as quickly as possible, trying to decipher things that we want to talk about. And thankfully, the judge gave us some time over lunch to do that because we were able to dig into some of these questionnaires. And so some of this stuff that I'm going to do is because of that time that we got to look into it. Juror number 20. Right here, yep. So juror number 20, you mentioned in your questionnaire that you need all the facts. What do you mean by you need all the facts?
So as what the judge said earlier, like you only hear certain facts through the news outlet. I just happened to be so lucky where I didn't hear it. I was out in the country at the time. So I didn't hear anything about the storm. And I've heard people like say, oh, I've followed it on the news. Oh, this is a certain sense of this is a certain sense of that. But the issue with that is you're only following one arrow. You're only looking at one picture of the thing, but if you turn around, like say you look at this way, you see a square. Or you see a rectangle. You only get one plane of view, time gets cut. You get the whole picture, you get more of a broader understanding to it.
Okay, so I really like the way you described that. I use Pikes Peak as an example of what you're describing. From down here in Colorado Springs, Pikes Peak looks a certain way, right? But if you go to Cripple Creek, Pikes Peak looks completely different than it does from here, but it's still the same mountain. And that's what you're talking about, right? Having that all encompassing perspective. What if you don't hear a particular fact? Are you going to be able to weigh the case based on the facts you do hear? And the facts in this case, and in every criminal case, will come from right up here at the witness stand. If you don't hear a particular thing, is that going to be difficult for you to get to a verdict?
Well, with my background of my job, I kind of use decisions like this. I take one party side, other party side, and I know I'm only going to get 80% of the truth. One person's only going to figure out his 40%, the other person's going to spell their 40%. 45 if they some of them. So I have to piece the last 20% myself to figure out what happened. And then that information that I have, and that information I think what happened, I have to go from there and make a just call in the situation. Whether I deem it right or wrong, it's what the facts say.
So that's a really interesting concept. So it sounds like what you're describing it when you're doing that sort of process, that last 20%, you have to fill in the gaps on your own.
Yes.
What the judge will tell you is that if you're on this jury and there's some gap there that there's no testimony on or no piece of evidence, you don't get to fill in the gaps. You don't get to speculate as to what the facts may or may not have been on that particular point. What are your thoughts about that?
Like I said, for my job, it's what I have to do. But for this situation, I can't fill in those blanks. So I'll draw the information I have at hand and make a proper decision from that information that I received.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Juror number 2, what are your thoughts about that concept that we were just talking about can't speculate about gaps that maybe exist in a particular case and fill in the gaps on your own? What do you think about that?
I think it's human nature to try to fill in the gap on your own. But we would have to follow what the judge was saying as far as the law went and just deal with the facts that are presented. You know, and maybe we'd have an opportunity to go back and ask for additional information before we had to make the decision.
Okay. I'm going to stay up here in the jury box. Juror 11, what do you think about that?
You can't. You have to follow your evidence. Even if your evidence doesn't fit your preconceived notion of what you think it is, you have to follow the evidence. You cannot make your own determination until you have all of that evidence. And if there's a gap, well, then you can't put your ideas in there because it's what you want to put or how you feel. Feelings have no place in evidence.
Perfect. Preconceived notions, the idea that she just put out there, the preconceived notions, that's a big area of, I guess, inquiry as we get into jury selection for this case. There's already been some mention from people that have already been excused about having seen some media coverage in this case. And they may or may not have been excused because maybe they did have a preconceived notion. Again, having a chance to look at the juror questionnaires, juror 36. So back here, second from the left, you noted that you've seen some news articles in this case. And you have to speak up for the court reporter. Okay. And don't be offended when I do that. It's really for the court reporter's benefit. What are your thoughts as it relates to preconceived notions and the stuff you may or may not have seen in the media? Preconceived ideas, right? Do you think and this is for everybody, but I want to talk to you first about this, that the media gets stories 100% right?
No, and I thought about that too, you know, they.
What about the idea of, let's use newspapers for example. Usually each newspaper article has a word limit, so they can only fit so much stuff in before they get to the end of their story. In a case like this, do you think that they can fit all of the facts in a particular news article to tell the story? Probably not, right? So with that in mind, based on you've already said that you've seen some media, can you set that aside? And if you end up on this jury, only listen to the facts that come from this witness stand and then render a verdict based on what you hear from this witness stand as opposed to the outside noise of the media? You believe you could? Okay. Juror number 44, you also indicated that you had seen some media here in the second row. What are your thoughts about what I just talked about? Do you think based on what you know today, have you heard any facts in this case? Because it hasn't come from the witness stand, right? If the judge said, you know what, we're done, you got to give us a verdict right this second, what would your verdict have to be? Not guilty. Yeah, exactly, not guilty. Can you set aside what you've heard in the media and just listen to what happens from this witness stand and those facts and then make up a verdict based on that information? Okay. What about juror 49, jumping back here? Yes, ma'am.
Can I set media information as well?
Okay, that's very definitive. Why do you say it so definitively?
Talked about, and she told us several times, the only fact. So. So white line.
Kind of like Men in Black, they flash that light and then your memory's gone. No, we don't. And again, that was juror number 28. Does anybody that has seen the media, and if I could just see a show of hands, I'm not going to call on every particular person, but a lot of people indicated they'd seen some media. Any of you think that you would have difficulty setting aside what you've heard in the media and just listen to the facts that come in from the witness stand? And we're going back to juror number 70.
Say that I had no questions.
You bring up an interesting point, and that is that jurors that sit on criminal cases in Colorado, so let me back up. When we put a witness on the stand and it's a prosecution witness, one of us will do a direct examination, and then defense will get to do a cross-examination, and then we'll come back and do a redirect examination, and then we're done. Whoever sits on the jury, sitting up in this box, gets to write down their own questions and pass them to the bailiff, and then the judge will ask the question. If it's an admissible question, we'll ask the question of the juror or of the witness, so that jurors get to be a participant in the questioning of witnesses in case there are, just as you described, any questions in your mind. It's a really valuable tool for jurors to understand and ask questions in their own way. And oftentimes they ask better questions than we do because they're coming at it with more of an open mind to the case, and they don't have the preconceived notions that we do from one side or the other. Anybody else that had media exposure to this case think anything that you want me to know about right now as it relates to media, or that you would have difficulty setting aside that media exposure to this case? Not seeing any hands. Does that mean everybody that has seen the media can set that aside and be fair and impartial? And ma'am, you're right, you're nodding your head, and you're a juror 34.
You know, I kind of, as a person who's kind of been on, both sides of this thing, kind of the accused, and I've seen, how the media twist things. So I kind of hold that with a grain of salt personally. I know that, I can be advised, because like I said, I've seen that, and I've seen how they, work. Hey, yeah, like, wait a minute, that's not what happened. Like I said, I've seen how they person. It kind of makes me danger and
And so, and you're one that had, I think, marked down that you had seen some media, right?
yeah,
You,
I've seen media, yeah.
yeah, and you can set aside your exposure to that media. Okay. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Juror number 57. Yes, there you are. What are your thoughts about sitting on this length of a jury trial? You talked about a little bit earlier about with the judge. You had expressed, even on your questionnaire, some real reservations about that. What's your thoughts? Okay, freaks you out. Why is that? If you end up on this jury and you're dealing with that stress where you're pulled away from your job, affecting, I think it's D11, right? Affecting D11 school district, are you going to be so focused on that concern that it'll be hard for you to sit and listen to the evidence in this case? Okay. So you have to tell us whether you think you can do that or not. We can't jump in your head and make that call for you, right? So what are your thoughts about that? You don't think you can? Okay. Let's talk about the concept of difficulty sitting in judgment of another person. Occasionally we get people that come into this process and say they cannot sit in judgment of another person because they can't know every single fact about a particular circumstance. Does anybody in this room feel that way? Yes, ma'am. And you are
15.
15 again. Thank you.
I kind of going back and forth on that because I know my personality, and I don't see just black and I don't see just white. Usually I can see both sides, and I feel a little confused about that. I have a little bit of fear about if I'm not completely sure how to pass judgment or pass sentence, how I'm gonna feel if, let's say, I'm the only one that's thinking not to go along with everybody else, how that's gonna feel. I mean, I'm a little nervous about the whole thing, actually.
Okay. So tell me if this calms your nerves a little bit or does it really help? Every single day we hear stories from two different people and yet we can figure out kind of what happened. Do you have trouble in those situations, trying to figure out which one is more accurate?
Well, like I said, most of the time I can see both sides.
Sure, yeah.
You know, like a situation like that, like, you know, when my kids were growing up, there was always, you know, a conflict here. One would say one thing, one would say the other, and I would try to resolve it that way unless I can know for a fact that maybe one's lying and this one's being completely honest, you know?
Sure.
I don't know how else to answer it.
Okay. I think the way you're answering is the way you should answer it, which is what's in your mind and what your thoughts are on it. Have you ever had a situation where maybe you hear two people that went to the same wedding and they describe it almost like they were at two different weddings?
Yeah, yeah.
Does that mean the wedding didn't happen?
No.
Okay. So do you see what I'm saying? That even in normal day life, we hear stories and we're still able to figure out that something happened and figure out what that something was. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any input or thoughts about that idea? About hearing different people talk about concepts or stories or events and maybe having conflicting recollections of that event and yet still being able to decide one thing happened? Anybody have any concepts or thoughts about that? Juror 35, what are you thinking about when we're talking about these different ideas? Yes, ma'am, that's you. What's going through your mind when we're talking about just basically, I'm doing like a status check. All the things we've talked about so far, including that last topic, what's in your mind? What do you think about those different ideas? Nothing right now? You're half asleep? Okay. My wife tells me I'm boring like that too, so. Will it be hard for you to sit for basically a full day each day to listen to witnesses?
Like today, yeah.
Why, what about today?
Haven't spent this thing and I think.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
you have a question.
Oh, yes, sir. And you are juror number 26, I believe.
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, all individuals, well, these people, and we have, different experiences, whether it be education. But we're not interpreting things differently. Really that kind of what the differences are, we can kind of overcome that with this kind of say.
Okay. So what you're describing is sort of that deliberative process that whoever's on this jury is going to go through when we get to the end, where you come together after all of the evidence has been presented and you're back in the jury deliberation room and you're talking about the different aspects of what had happened. Does anybody think it'll be hard to remember all of the details in a trial that is this long? And you've got your hand up in the back here. I believe you are number 66. 59, you're right. Part of that is that, I'll get to you in just a second, sir. Part of that is that we all learn differently too, right? Some of us can be visual learners. Some of us have to read things. Some of us has to hear something over and over before it really starts to sink in. That's the cool thing about jury service is that it's the collective mindset. So all 12 of the jurors that are deliberating on this case work together to figure out how the evidence fits together, how those pieces fit together. And one thing, I don't know if the judges talked about it, but you'll all get notebooks and you can write notes as the witnesses are testifying. I think it's really important when you're thinking about, if you end up on this jury, to take notes, because of the length of the trial. Not Mr. 66, I believe. So do you think that, even though I just described the way that a jury works together, do you think that would help with that process, or do you think it would help? Okay. So do you feel comfortable, in your situation to being able to, hear all the facts, consider those facts, and then work with others to come up with a verdict? You do the best you can. Okay. And number 70 again?
I feel like I need to let. I think that's what I learned. How it was explained that.
And are you referring, oh, go ahead.
Oh, and I'm also referring to the fact that if you talk about, the fact that they to is. There's no problem. But I would be remiss if I didn't say.
So when you, let's assume that you get on the jury and you get to the very end of this case, and then the judge reads the law to you. The judge will read out the instruction as it relates to not guilty by reason of insanity and other aspects as it relates to that particular defense. Do you think you could set aside potentially what you learned from psychology?
Basically, it's like. That's, he's telling. What is definition? Same.
Okay. So I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you brought that topic up because that's a central part of this discussion as well. And that is the mental health aspect as it relates to a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Yes, sir, Mr. 28 again. And I don't mean that in a bad way when I say again.
Seems like this kind of defense, which isn't even allowed in all states. Because they're on head on this. It seems to me that defense isn't necessarily saying that the defendant didn't do it, saying they did do it. However, they weren't in control of their faculties at the time. Reason why they didn't do it. You can't hold them responsible the same way that you would hold someone responsible who had their full that. So the evidence that we're looking at, like, why is there the same level of preponderance of evidence if everyone on the side are agreeing that the person did it from an evidentiary standpoint? Now we're arguing over whether they should be held responsible because of the way their mind was working at the time that the crime was committed.
Okay. So let's think about, remove ourselves from as it relates to this case and look at a different type of case that also had a lot of attention. And that would be the Aurora theater shooter case. Does everybody know what case?
This is appropriate all reference that is.
Council approach, please. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Jeff. So if you think about hearing something bad happening that is shocking when you hear about it, is it natural as people to think there must be something wrong with that person that did that bad thing? No, who said no? I heard a no. Okay, and you are 36. Yeah, you're good. You're doing great. You're 70.
From my perspective, you can know that thing you want. On just what you see.
That's exactly right. Who has the burden of proof in this case? I do, right? The DA's office sitting at this table has the burden of proof. What things do we have to prove? Anybody know? You don't really know because you haven't had the instructions yet from the judge, right? The judge hasn't told you this is the recipe for whatever the crime might be. So the judge used the idea of a Denver omelet and throwing some ingredients in there and saying you might have a tasty omelet, but it's not a Denver omelet. Who thinks that one of the ingredients to prove a crime in the state of Colorado is that we have to prove motive? Juror 11.
You have to prove that they had an intent to commit the crime in order to receive something of benefit, whether it be that they received something, removed somebody from their life, removed, like in case of arson, a home or like a bill from their life. You have to prove that they had a motive to do this with the intent to change something.
Okay. Who else have their hand up? Yes, sir. Juror number 24, I believe.
I think for the overwhelming majority of cases, there is one aspect, however, there are instances of crimes which they
Okay. Okay. All right. Other people that haven't spoken, juror 7. I was going to get to you eventually, but you're sort of on an island. Yeah. What are your thoughts about motive? We've heard two different viewpoints now.
I think every crime is.
All right. What about juror 9? What do you think? You thought you were on an island too, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't think.
Okay. So would it shock any of you to hear me say that in the state of Colorado, ingredients to prove a crime, motive ain't in that ingredient list. Don't have to prove motive. Juror 47? Yes. You had a interested, curious look on your face. Okay. What went through your mind when you heard that?
I guess it's not shocking. I agree with her.
Okay. All right. What about juror 45? Okay. Juror 61. Let's assume that you end up on this jury and you hear lots of evidence, but you hear zero evidence about motive. You think you can still render a verdict? Okay. What about juror 69, way back there? What do you think about this idea of don't have to prove a motive? There doesn't have to be a motive ingredient. No, it does. Again, this is a safe space. We get to talk about these concepts as we're hearing some of these things. We probably have never in a group like this considered them with this many people together, right? So these are all very fair and safe things to talk about. Juror 28.
I would have to class crimes, difference between murder and first degree murder.
So getting into,
Penalties are a lot worse for first degree murder because of premeditated, whereas someone who accidentally killed someone, even if penalties are less. They didn't think it through.
okay, so let's talk about that.
2 minutes, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. I was just gonna ask. Premeditation, you mentioned premeditation. That means that somebody planned to do something. But even in premeditation, there's no evidence that's presented on motive, why they did something.
That, if you can't just like someone was mentioning, you can't prove why. Lots of evidence that points to a why. That helps investigators decide who they're gonna try to investigate more strenuously. Can't prove why.
Okay.
So how can you use that as a way to fix something?
Do you feel like if you end up on the jury, you could be okay not hearing the why and still getting to it? Okay. Coming back to juror 11, after this discussion on the motive part of it, what are your thoughts now?
That I can see that there have been times where maybe there wasn't a clear cut intended motive. And that, especially when you're looking at mental health, there may not always be a why.
Thank you. Is there anything that, for any of you, that is gnawing at you? I wish Michael would have asked this particular question because it's really important I get this out. Anything like that that we should hear about now before I sit down and stop badgering you with questions? And I apologize, I didn't get to hit everybody, tried to get as many as we could. Any last thoughts, last ideas, things that you think would be important for us to know about you? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to do a little bit of follow-up with juror number 9. I was looking at your questionnaire and
you said that you had physics class and I saw that you had it on Tuesday and then there was a TR something, but I didn't know what that meant.
So Tuesday, Thursday, but my Tuesday class is my Thursday one is long, because it's just an entry goes with one, so it has a lot of things long. Already thought about it, and I could. But I also do work full time, but.
I was gonna ask, how are you gonna, because you didn't really raise that much. And so, and I had a lot of other students that were in here. So I was trying to figure out how you're gonna still make your physics class. When does it end?
Family.
Okay.
I'm graduating from bachelor, so I'm keeping. Well, I've thought about discussing with the teacher. Oh, he does this lecture on. I have access to those PowerPoints. But I do class, so I mean.
Okay, well, if you're still here at the end of the day, here's one of the things that I want you to do. I want you to talk with your teacher, find out whether or not there's something that can be worked around, whether or not it can be accommodated, okay? Because if you're still here at the end of the day, you're gonna come back in 2 weeks. And one of the things that I'll ask you is, what's the answer to that question? Okay. And then juror 45 over here. Tell me about your horse farm.
On the questionnaire.
Okay. Okay. Well, I wanted to talk with you a little bit about that because you hadn't mentioned it. And I have had people in here serve as jurors that came from a ranching or a farming occupation, I suppose. And they have very early mornings, as you know. And we had one gentleman who he made sure, he said, you know, I can do this. I'll get up, I'll feed the horses before I go. I'll feed them when I get home and it'll all be okay. It'll just be a long day. So you think it's going to be okay? Okay. All right. And Councilor Roach, please. All right. Mr. Tellini.
Woo! I hate this part of the trial. Not this part, all the time before where I can't talk. This part I like. This part I like. I want to start off by thanking each and every one of you. We let you all go to lunch and you all came back. You came back knowing that you could end up having to be with us for the next 8 weeks. And that actually talks a lot about each of you, and it talks about our community. They do statistics in each different county and jurisdiction about the number of jurors that actually shows up in the summons. And El Paso County is always 1 or 2 because our community here cares a lot about their civic duty. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing it, because I know each and every one of you has someplace else you would rather be. And I know, as I think we heard juror number 45, talk, she heard all these other people's reasons why they can and said, you know what, this is going to be inconvenience and I can do it. And I think there's a lot of people here who were in that kind of position, juror number 28, who hard. I'm gonna get used to this number thing, but a lot of us, we want to do this because we know it's our duty. And I worry sometimes we want to give the answers that indicate that we can give through our duty. And what I want to emphasize more than anything right now, you guys only have one duty, and that's to tell the truth. Okay? Answer as honestly as you can, and not try to give me the answers that I want to hear, not the answers you think they want to hear, or not even the answer you think the judge wants to hear, but to give us the honest answers so everybody can make decisions based upon that. Now, they call this jury selection. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. What it should really be called is juror deselection. I don't get to pick anybody. Mr. Allen doesn't get to pick anybody. We're going to go through this process the next 2 weeks. And hopefully we come Monday, April 3rd, we'll have another group. We'll get rid of some more of them. And then we'll have the people who are going to be here with us for the next 6 weeks. It's kind of like Survivor, that game show. But instead of like a cool prize, you get stuck here. Now, the good thing for a lot of you guys haven't even made the island. Okay? This is the casting part. To see who's going to get to move on to Survivor Island next April 3rd. And the other thing I want to know, you all to know, we know how hard it will be on everybody. We also know that because of some factors I'm going to talk about, it's not going to be easy. It's very easy getting the truth in this case for a lot of different reasons I'm going to talk about. And we're ready for that. That's why we've got 2 weeks of this to go through. And again, that's why it's important just for you guys to give the honest answers so that Ms. Stauch gets a fair trial, which is what we're all here for. Can everybody agree? I'm just going to give the truth. I don't care what anybody says. Okay, don't worry about being offensive. Don't worry about being politically incorrect. Don't worry about being selfish. Don't worry about hurting my feelings. I have none. And so when we talk about, I kind of like to look at this kind of almost like a job interview for the people that I'm going to get to be surrounded with for the next couple of months. And the first thing that I want to talk about, and the judges talked about it, Mr. Allen's talked about it, is hardship. And we're mean, we drag people on the street, we make them come here, but we don't want to make somebody homeless. We don't want to make somebody miss a vacation they've had planned for a long time. We don't want to make kids flunk out of school that they've been working, hard for. It's inconvenient, but sometimes this gets to the area that it's not fair. And that's just general applies to every juror. I also have some selfish concerns because my only concern is that woman right there. Okay? I like everybody. I want everybody to be happy, but my obligation is to her. And so I also worry, goodness, 45. I'm not saying this to you, but just as an example, that people have stuff going on in their lives that maybe it doesn't rise to the level of what the judge thinks of a hardship. And maybe we can make you come with us for the next 8 weeks, but I can't have you there paying attention. Even if I make you come and sit here, your mind's going to be somewhere else, and that you can't focus on the evidence beforehand. And so when I'm asking some of these questions about hardship, that's kind of what I'm going to. And I thought I read in your questionnaire that your husband has some disabilities as well.
So, he's not disabled.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He takes care of himself.
Oh, okay. Okay. And if we make you be here for the next 8 weeks, are you gonna be worried about your horses, or are you gonna be able to pay attention?
Well, no, I'd be able to pay attention.
Okay.
Back and get them fed.
Okay. You're number 15.
Yes.
I noticed that, I think you're talking before, you indicated you got to take care of your grandchildren.
Yes, I take care of them now. I go up to Centennial either Sunday night or early Monday morning, and I stay with them Monday and Tuesday, and then I come home on Wednesday.
Okay.
My daughter does not have anyone else to watch them, and if she had to hire a nanny or someone to come in, that would be like $300 extra a week for her. And when I text her at lunch and told her I was still here and what might happen, and she just sent me a capital 4-letter word.
And so. I bet I can guess the word of it.
She had to take them to work with her today.
Yeah.
And she's a sales rep for liquor.
Yeah.
So she had to drag them into the liquor stores.
Okay. And so what it sounds like, while this might not necessarily be a direct hardship to you, it would be a
Right.
gigantic
I
hardship.
mean, if
to
it
your daughter.
wasn't for that, I would be glad to, do the service, so. But I don't want to put that hardship on her and my son-in-law either.
And juror number 59? Yeah, you have a kid that you have to transport to school, correct? What time do they get out? And if we make you be here for the next week, who's gonna pick them up? Okay, you gotta tell me how big of a, because look, I mean, if this was my guess, like a 3-day trial, it'd be easy for you to say, hey, this is no problem, I can do. We're talking about, you're gonna have a couple weeks off, but then 6 to 8 weeks with us. How hard is that gonna be for you?
If I absolutely had to, I would figure it out.
Okay.
But if I have to,
And juror number 65? Yeah, and and how old are your kids? Oh. Okay. Well, and I guess kind of who's taking care of them right now?
Yeah, so kind of goes into like a little back history too, which maybe is good to bring up. I have a history in teaching and it's that. So I feel like that should just be known. But right now my husband he works at UC Health with heart surgery, so he's and so if there are no cases, he sometimes calls my in-laws be with the town. And I'm also literally tomorrow interviewing a position to start next fall. So figuring out.
Yeah.
Okay. And how, did you say your child was 21 months? Okay, go ahead.
And is it going to be a situation, if you're here for the next 8 weeks, so that a lot of times your mind's wandering back to how your son's doing?
I mean, I feel like.
Yeah. Either way you answer this question, it's gonna look bad for you.
I think especially where I'm at now with, like where I'm at now with him and.
Okay. Juror number, is that 66? And again, I just want to hit back on this memory. Like you said, you have short-term memory issues?
No, my memory's not what it used to be.
Okay.
I find myself focusing every day on a little more on what day of the week is it, and if I got anything important going on, and it doesn't come naturally.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Some, not a lot, but some.
and we're gonna get a lot of information, when in the 6 to 8 weeks that you've got to kind of keep in store. You can take some notes, but otherwise, she has a right to 12 jurors, not, 11 and a half. And I'm not saying that, badly. No, and I appreciate you doing. I could try to dunk a basketball all day long, but it's just not going to happen. I mean, would you say you have some significant concerns about being able to remember everything over a 6 to 8 week trial? Okay. Juror number 47? Oh, right. I'm sorry. You put on your questionnaire that you're supposed to be out of town on the 22nd, April 21st and 24th?
Yes. This Wednesday,
Okay.
I'm actually moving up to Denver for a job on the.
Okay. So then you wouldn't be able to be here with us.
Correct. Well, I will be unavailable.
Okay. Well, that answers that question. All right. Now, kind of get over, first part, the hardships, and those are pretty easy. Initially, when everybody asked, the jurors, they ask, do you think you can be fair? Miss 34. What does that mean?
Fair, just, trial.
Yeah.
You don't make sense.
Juror number 44? What does that mean to you? Yeah.
Together with the both sides of the story.
Now, if this was a civil case and just about money, Mr. Allen rear-ends me and we're trying to determine who's at fault and where the money goes. That's all really that we ask of jurors is come in, kind of have everybody be even, fair, and do the best that we can. In a criminal case, it's a little bit different, Ms. 43. In a criminal case, you come in with a presumption of innocence. Okay, so not coming in, everything's equal. I'm coming in here thinking she didn't do this or she's innocent for whatever reason that she's innocent. And it's kind of different than what we normally do in life, correct, Ms. 43? For example, I've got 12 and 14-year-old boys. And when they were younger, 4 or 5 years ago, they'd be out playing in a different room. And I'd hear the younger one start crying. When I was coming back in that room, I wasn't presuming the older one innocent. I was wondering what you do to your brother. Okay, it's a little bit different concept. Would you agree with that? Yeah. And it's not how we normally do our day-to-day life. Is it 56?
Yes.
What does that mean to you, the presumption of innocence? Say that again?
I would say she's
Yeah.
admitted she's done it, but there's mitigating circumstances to do it.
Well, and I want to get something clear here, and just so everybody's out. That's not saying that. It's a burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for what charges. And then I guess the easiest way to think of insanity would be something similar to an affirmative defense. For example, I'm charged with assaulting Mr. Cook or with punching him. Okay, they would have to prove that I actually punched him. A defense may be, though, that I did it in self-defense, that he said he was going to punch me, and so I did it. And so that makes clear they still have to prove it. And then then as well, though, after that, then you have to consider whether or not she was insane at the time.
Because the fact is, you're both are saying the punch happened.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. The fact
Okay.
is, it's happened.
Yes.
No one's disputing the fact that it happened.
Okay.
Dispute is whether it was a mitigating circumstance to that.
Whether,
The reason for it.
and then you'd have to presume that if it's not guilty by reason of insanity, that she was insane, and they're going to have to prove. They have to prove that she was sane. Okay, it's not our burden to do that. Okay, juror number 54. What do you think about that?
Presumption of innocence.
Yep.
Foundation. Started. I guess you got a lot of information. Start with that.
Okay. Well, and it's interesting, you say we have to start with that. When the judge read that instruction, a lot of people miss out. They think the presumption of innocence just is at the beginning of the case. Presumption of innocence actually goes through the entire case, up until all the evidence is done, up until they get to argue, we get to argue, they unfairly get to argue again, and then it goes back to you guys. Until you get back in that jury room, you have to maintain believing that she is innocent. Can you do that, number 54? Now, I think one of the reasons why we have so many people, it's kind of a counterintuitive thought process, Mr. Number 2. I think it's even harder, or the thought process is harder, when you have a case that's had a lot of media exposure. I can guarantee you, everybody at that table, and even that gentleman right there, which there had been no media exposure in this case because it'd make picking a juror alive. Sure. What I worry about is when people have read stuff on the news, seen stuff on the news, that this concept of presumption of innocence is more difficult. And it's not, to me, it's more than just like, I'm gonna try to put it aside and not, think about it while, the evidence is coming in and whether or not they've done the evidence. But for me, it's difficult. Can you, even though you've been exposed to stuff in the news, breathe life into that concept of presumption of innocence and believe her innocence up until this case is done?
Sure, because that's what she's entitled to under our system. Absolutely.
Ms. 11?
Yes.
Yeah, do you see why it scares me? Why I'm nervous?
Yeah.
And I'm nervous that everyone just wants to tell me, that answer, that I can do it. But it seemed, how much news have you seen on this case?
I live in Fountain. When it first happened, a lot, because we were looking for this kiddo.
Yeah.
Since they found Gannon, I kind of went, okay, at least know where he's at. He's not out missing somewhere.
So when you say we were out, like it was out and people that are actually looking around.
If you went to the Safeway, Fountain's
Yeah.
kind of small, you went to the Safeway, every little dark cardboard. Look,
Yeah.
see if maybe he's been picked up by somebody. Then when he was found, it was like, well, there's gonna be judgment at some point. And there was no point in following it any further from that. My concern was that there wasn't a little boy missing out there somewhere in the woods or wherever.
Were you angry?
When I found out he had been found.
Yeah.
As any parent would be.
I was a parent would be, and that had been deceitful and everybody was out looking for him and he'd been dead. And everybody, not only are you angry about a child being dead, but you felt like, I'm not sure a lot of people felt like they've been kind of duped.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But
You're actually part of the Facebook group.
I was part of a Facebook group that was Find Gannon, for people who live in the Fountain area. Hey, I just saw a kiddo here. Has anybody seen him? And since he's been found, that group has gone pretty much silent, other than they do give updates of court appearance here, court appearance there, if anybody's following it, but I don't really do a lot on Facebook. Well, my job, I go on there, search when you search, and I stand up.
And I want to talk briefly on either subject. Your job, so you work for DHS.
Yes.
And you investigate people who are
Doing welfare fraud.
doing welfare fraud, and then you take that evidence and you present that to the attorney and they choose whether or not to file charges.
The short of it, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of it is, there are times where it's not a high amount, wasn't a high motive of intent.
Yeah.
Those we deal with in-house, either through the Office of Administrative Courts in Denver, or we even have a waiver process where they can sign, I screwed up, I'll pay it back.
Okay.
When I have high amount of dollars or high amount of intent, meaning they made trying to commit welfare fraud their full-time job, those I do refer to the district attorney's office to then file criminal theft charges.
So at least, in part, you're a criminal investigator.
Yes.
How did Mr. Seven? Have you had any media exposure?
No, actually. I haven't.
Being in Iraq?
No, I've been to work all the
Okay.
time and then come home and so I go to sleep at like 9.
You're number 20?
No, I got no media coverage. I was currently overseas at the time.
Okay. Number 21, I noticed that on your questionnaire that based upon the media coverage, you're going to find it hard to be impartial.
I don't follow mainstream media.
Yeah. Okay.
Stories. So I don't mainstream media. So. Things have been presented. It's like, oh yeah, I really did know.
Okay, okay. Okay. And I guess even more so than setting aside though, but presuming during the entire trial that she's innocent, how hard is that when you're coming in with some preconceived biases? Okay. No, and that's all I asked.
It would be difficult. I would hope that if I was in the position.
Yeah.
People ask me about certain things, I'm like, you really don't. You can know what you hope.
Yeah.
But you don't actually. Trying to. So this is.
And if I'm mishearing you, absolutely tell me. What I'm kind of hearing from you is you understand the importance of this presumption of innocence. You want to do this, but in a case where somebody is accused of brutally murdering an 11-year-old kid, and you've heard about that before, you've got some serious doubts about your ability to be able to do that throughout the trial.
The teacher. Not resulting in this.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
We really don't.
No, no, and thank you, Ms. Sloan. I mean, this case isn't for everybody. And the only thing that we're asking right now is for people to let us know. I guarantee if I was like in your spot and I was answering all like the questions from this table, I wouldn't be a good person to be on any criminal case. Because I have beliefs that cannot be overcome in regards to certain things. Civil case, I'd probably be fine, but I have core values that sometimes we can't ask people to set aside core values. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here. We have, somebody who's accused of a horrible crime, breathing presumption of innocence into a case like that. Sometimes people have core values that they just can't do it. They can do it like on a theft case, or they could do it on a drug case. Juror number 24. What do you feel about that? That sometimes people have just the core values in certain cases that they can't do, that they understand, like, I've got to presume this person innocent during the course of this trial. And if this was about stealing a candy bar, I can do that. It's about brutally murdering an 11-year-old kid, I can't. I'm asking you. Okay. Number 26.
I can as well. I'd like to believe that in that position, when you were judging somebody and say, hey, am I being fair to that person when I stand the facts? Not using any bias or anything. Want to be as honest as I can.
And Ms. 34, you follow the some in the news, correct? And it is kind of the same thing. I mean, my worry, people, yeah, said, I just, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that it's easier for people who know nothing about the case, having a local presumptive innocence, I can do that. But you're paying it. I watch the story on the news. I make an opinion on it every time I watch.
Absolutely. I think that, and I think if you ask me to do that, sure. I think, after I said, no, let's go through it. I wasn't as aware of it, these.
Yeah.
Told from a certain perspective, that they really have, audience to gain. Kind of made me go, wait a minute, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that, it very much changed.
Mr. 39, what do you think about that? And just let me know, are you saying as you sit there right now, when we're talking about a horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid, you've got some concerns about being able to breathe life and presumption of innocence during the whole case? All right. Ms. 43, are you more with Mr. 39 or Ms. 34?
That way, I'm actually sitting here thinking.
Okay. Okay. Mr. 44? Can you breathe the presumption of innocence when the accusations are the horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid? All right, Ms. 45? And Mr. 44, have you heard anything about this case on the news?
Just briefly.
Okay. Ms. 62? What do you think about this? Can you, when this charge of horrific murder of an 11-year-old innocent kid, can you breathe life in the presumption of innocence? Okay. Yep. I'm just asking, as you sit there right now, whether, I'm not asking if you can try it, do you have serious reservations about your ability to do it? Thank you. Mr. 61? All right. Ms. 59, do you have any reservations about your ability to breathe life into the presumption of innocence when we're talking about the horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid? Well, and that's one of the things that we'll transition to. I think a lot of times in lawyers, we forget what kind of some stuff has. You're going to have to, in this case, you're chosen to be one of the people insured. Look at autopsy photos of a dead 11-year-old kid, been decomposing for a while. And you got to look at those photos to determine that because there's evidentiary value that be important for that. And some people do it, and some people just the thought of it is getting emotional and they can't do it, no matter how much I ask them to. Like I can't dunk a basketball. Some people I can't look at that and be rational about it. And I know Miss 65, I see you getting emotional. Oh, maybe not. I'm far back, so.
Because I've been thinking about that. And I would like to think this is like a. It doesn't see anyway, so like, and as some people were saying some things earlier, it's like, well, yeah, like I'm a parent too, but I'm just like, no. There were previous questions.
Breathing life into the presumption, breathing life into the concept is a due process right. Everybody in this country is accused of a crime, has that right, no matter what they've been accused of. And that's why we're taking, we know that it may be hard in a case like this for some jurors to do so. That's why we're taking the time. And only you can answer these questions. Like, again, I do stupid sports analogies. That's all I'm good at. You know, if somebody's saying, hey, can you dunk a basketball? There's no way I can do it. Can I hit a 3-point shot? One side of maybe 2 out of every 10 tries. Okay. There's like a layup, boom. I'm going to get that 90%, the time. I'm just trying to gauge where people are.
Yeah, no, I think, and I don't think. Let's have like the stomachs for this, but
Yeah.
I think that's kind of. would I be able to?
It's not gonna be pleasant. Miss 74? What do you think about that? Some of the evidence, I mean, you're gonna have to see autopsy photos that are gruesome. You're gonna have to be able to look at them to see what those autopsy photos are trying to tell you. How confident do you think you can, because again, that presumptive innocence goes all the way through trial. Breathe that in, breathe into that concept even after seeing those photos. Can you do that from this step? Number 69? Number 49.
Yes. If I have a job to do.
That's as he said. Yeah. I see you raise your hand, 24.
Yes, I think that the severity of the situation.
The 70? Yeah.
But that instead of him being lost soul.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I guess the way that I would rephrase this, I'm doing this kind of almost like a job interview. I've done a lot of cases. I've had cases where jurors said, I have to look at autopsy photos. No, I'm not doing it. You know, you can make me sit here, but you can't make me look. You can't make me do that type of thing. And there's a lot of people like that. And so I'm trying to get a sense. One, I want everybody to know what this job's going to be. And then, you know, to see who's going to be best to have that job. Does that make sense?
I guess my other question to you is it doesn't, you know, so if what you're asking is whether or not I will be able to be legally. Like,
No.
then I will tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. But the question is whether I can presume. See enough. And based on the instructions.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. Like, it is, you know, is looking at those photos going to be so emotional that you're no longer able to do that job, I guess. That's what I'm just inquiring.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if I sat here and I was like, you know, I know that I can maintain an expressionless.
No one.
Face. Doing, I mean, throughout, could I do that for 8 weeks?
No.
Ability.
No. And I just want to be clear. I'm not asking that. No one's asking that. And if you're telling me you could do that, I know that you've already messed up rule number 1, which was to be honest. There's going to be emotion in the next 8 weeks of this whole thing. The question is, can you have those emotions come up and set them aside and still presumption of innocence, hold them to their burden, you know, look at all these facts like that? Or, you know, is this going to be something
that I have concerns as I am right now. I can feel the emotion coming up that I'm not going to be able to do that. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Does that make sense, Mr. 29?
Glad you asked.
All right.
I think the scenario, I almost don't get the scenario you're thinking. Okay? So you're expecting, right, I actually see a jury starting and saying, yes, this defendant is innocent. But we have both sides of the table presenting evidence, trying to convince us that one way or another, you're going to be giving us evidence, trying to convince us of a certain thing. So to sit there and say that until after 8 weeks, at the end of 8 weeks, when I walk into a jury room, that's when I can start forming opinions. And even imagine that. Because I would be sitting in that jury box, and every piece of evidence that comes apart has to be playing into my opinion building. That means I no longer think she, innocent. I don't think so, but
It's a little confusing. And the law, like I said, what the law requires is for you to presume your innocence, and that presumption of innocence, according to the instruction you're gonna get from the court, maintains throughout the trial, all the evidence up till they're done talking and I'm done talking. And I guess one way I would analogize it is, do you like James Bond? We're seeing James Bond movies?
oh yeah, I've seen some, yes, yeah.
Okay, and you go see a James Bond movie, and you're watching all the movie, and no matter what happens to James Bond, I think he's getting out. I mean, he can hide up like this. He's got a laser coming up right there for him. He's telling him all his evil plans. But I'm presuming that James Bond is somehow going to get out. I'm not ignoring the situation, but that's how I think this movie is going to end. And if that laser came up and cut James Bond in half, I would be shocked. But that's, I guess, the nearest analogy, that something's going to happen that you presume that she's going to be the innocent until this case is done, and you go back and you can look at everything all at once. And it's not saying that you don't make opinions while it's going, but it's at the end of every day, you say, these are all the stuff I've learned, and when I come here and you're said every day, I'm going to presume I'm going to find her not guilty until the end. But you don't ignore all the stuff that they're doing every day. But every day we got to put on a presumption of innocence hat, come in and go, one of my jobs today is I presume her innocent. Things are going to come in, you're going to have opinions, but put that back hat on every day. Does that make a little more sense?
Yeah, a little bit more, yeah. Not like I was gonna go to the jury room.
No.
Flip a switch, because now you get.
No, we want you thinking the whole time. We want you thinking the whole time, but it's just, we want you thinking from the perspective that you believe that she's innocent, and they've got to change her mind. You know, that I guess that's the easiest thing, you know? Everybody has their different politics, you know, and you go into one thing and you think, I disagree with you and everything like that. And people try, you know, to change your mind. It's your politics up until the end of this thing, or she's not guilty. And they're going to be trying to change your mind, and everything they say, you put in there and you think about it and you form opinions, but still every day you got to come back and presume innocence. Can you do that, number 29?
Yes.
Okay.
In that context.
All right. Anyone else? You know, we don't have a lot of trying to pop around to anybody, but this presumption of innocence, even having to look at some horrific photos, Miss Diane, what do you think about that?
Let's look at them, obviously, but keeping maintaining the innocent. Difficult, but I think
Number 69. Maintain a presumption of innocence, even having to look at autopsy photos. All right, let's move along. Oh,
my line of work,
and we're going to let you go, so don't worry. See, look at this. See how nice I am? Your now that stress is. Yeah. Oh.
So we're told did this.
Yeah. And you form anger towards that person because you've got a kid that's come in and hurt, and that kid didn't deserve it, and it pisses you off, and you want someone held accountable. Everybody feels that way. You got a kid that's hurt. Your initial instinct is I want to hold somebody accountable and somebody has got to pay a price. And that is human. But that is not the 12 people's job who's going to be on this jury, or we'll have more than that. Some will be alternates. The people who are going to be on the jury, it's not vengeance, even though that may be an emotion we all have to feel. We all have to put, whoever's going to be on this jury is going to have to put that emotion aside and determine whether or not they approve this case beyond a reasonable doubt for the facts or the elements like the omelet, and whether or not they prove that she was insane beyond a reasonable doubt when this happened. And so does that make Miss 28? I wouldn't want someone coming in here and say, it doesn't piss me off that an 11-year-old kid's dead. But
Separate this is two different phases.
Yeah.
The thing about what happens to the person that is found guilty, that's up to the judge, of the jury. It's the vengeance, that is the full weight and authority of the civil institution. Violence that the government is bringing. Consequences of whoever's found guilty.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out if this particular person that's being put in front of us is guilty according to the rules. And it doesn't mean that we don't want someone to be found guilty. We have to figure out if that person is guilty. If that person's guilty, then judge throw the book out. If they're not guilty, then let's have another trial and find someone else who did do this. Matter of principle, I mean, set us apart from every other legal system on this planet. We're innocent, though we're proven guilty. Person who is guilty goes free. To prove, they're gonna screw up again.
Yeah.
Generally. But rather, it's hard, but I would rather that a person, innocent person not be put in prison versus a guilty person getting set free. But not, it's hard.
neither one are ideal, but that's how our system is designed. Our system is designed that it's better for a guilty person to go free than an innocent person being convicted. And no system's perfect, but that's well ours is. I'm guessing I'm running out of time here quickly. A lot of people had thoughts about not guilty by reason of insanity. Miss 21, you indicate you put on there that you think it's for cowards.
Just being honest.
Yeah, and that's all I want. Yeah.
And I just have a hard time believing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, who thinks not guilty by reason of insanity is a BS defense? We got myth 62, correct? It's okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I think it's useless.
And would it be fair to say it'd be harder? Because in this case, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was sane. They have to disprove it. What I'm getting from you, you're not really buying that as a legal defense. It's okay. Okay. Juror number 69, you feel the same way? Here, do we ever, number 47? Oh, don't worry, you're fine.
Need to wrap up.
Number 53, what do you feel about injure eye? Juror number 70, you have a degree in psychology? All right.
Say one other thing.
Yes.
Relative to, I have a little bit of a frame of reference, which is my cultural background. And when it comes to the, no jury by trial and not being given an opportunity, my parents were in it. So I know what happens when you come to a decision based on sanity, reasons. Because I'm not so certain that government decision on reasons. So I'm just saying I do have that bias, which is everybody deserves their day in court. And I understand the direction of innocent. some.
Yeah. Juror number 6. No, it's good. I mean, it's good information. That's all I'm asking for, is just be honest, and thank you for being honest.
Last question.
Number 61, you indicated you don't believe in not guilty by reason of insanity. You think it's no excuse. Okay, thank you.
I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. Um, is it Juror 47? Are you the one that said that you were not going to be here on April 21 because you're moving? Are you moving to Denver? And so remember when we started out this process this morning about are you a county resident or not?
Temporary, just right out for like a 1-year-ish period.
Okay. That was kind of what I was trying to get to. So you're planning on moving to Denver. You're going to be there about a year. Okay. All right. And then, juror number 62, I had a little bit of difficulty hearing part of your answer. Did I understand correctly that you had served on 2 juries? Well, you should play the lottery.
Yes. I have been in 2 times.
Okay. And were they on criminal jury? Were the cases criminal or civil? That would have been a criminal case. Probably a criminal case as well. Let me ask it this way. When you were on those juries, were there 6 of you or 12 of you? Okay. So they would have been criminal cases. Okay. Okay. So you've been through the process a couple of times, and I did not hear your complete answer regarding whether you can or cannot give the presumption of innocence to someone. Okay. Okay. All right. And, all right. There's one other. Juror 59, you had said that you had the 21-month-old and you would be able, you'd figure it out if you needed to. Would it help? I'm sorry, juror 65. Juror 59, you probably don't have a child care issue. But juror 65, you're the one with the 21-month-old, right? Okay. And you said that you would figure it out if you had to or if you needed to. And actually, I'm right. Juror 59, you have a child care issue too. So the question that I have is, we have court care that is available in the courthouse. It's on the first floor. Juror 65, yours is 21 months old. Juror 59, your child, though, is coming home from school, right? Okay. So juror 65, if you were able to bring your child into the courthouse on days when you could not find care, there's some parameters that we have to work with, but it's primarily my issue, not yours. Which is I got to make sure that we get you out timely because court care closes down, I think at noon. They don't reopen again until 1. So we have to make sure that regardless of where we are, I just tell the lawyers you're done for now. So that gets you out of here so you can go down. Would that be helpful?
No, and, too, my husband works at the Memorial Hospital and off of that a lot of times,
Okay.
but yeah, that would be.
Memorial, Maine or north? Okay, so yeah, not very far. Okay. And juror 65, or I'm sorry, juror 59, let me make sure I understand your situation. Is this going to be an issue for, I mean, if you're here 6 weeks or so, how much of a problem is this going to be for you to get your son, right? 10-year-old home? 9. Okay. All right. And juror 66, you would talk to us a little bit about your memory problems. How long have you been retired, sir? And what kind of work did you do before that?
I was a surveyor for a land survey company for the last 12 years before I retired.
Okay. And how are you doing with your memory today? Okay. Does it vary day by day? Or is it just over a period of time? Okay.
Over time. Doesn't come and go. It very slowly fades.
Yeah, no, I get that. My children tell me I have the same problem. It's amazing though. They say, Dad, you forgot about this. And other times they will say, are you ever going to forget about that? So, I mean, okay. All right. At this point in time, what's going to happen is we're going to take about a 15-minute recess. So I need everyone to leave the courtroom. Same thing as this morning. Remember where your seats are. We'll have you come back at 3:20. So be ready at the door at 3:20 to come back in at that point. And then what will occur is that the attorneys and I are going to have a conversation up here, and we will discuss jury selection at that point. So all rise for the jury, please. I don't care. Webinar. No, I was thinking, I just don't want them. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jurors have left the courtroom. We can do this in one of 2 ways. I assume Ms. Stauch would like a break at this point in time. Okay. We can do it one of 2 ways. We can have her take her break now and then come back and do challenges for cause. We can do challenges for cause now and then take a break. I don't know if you want to waive her presence while we do the challenges for cause. It would be my preference not, but pardon? Okay, so you just need to tell me whether you want to break right now. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. We'll do it now. All right. We'll be in recess then for about 10 minutes.
So did you ever see any of the Austin Powers movies? Just talking to Mr.
All right. So instead of typing, I can talk to you guys again. So they're on a 15-minute break. They will be back. I think what is going to happen is now they're going to go over the ones that they are going to dismiss. And once they've done that, I don't see. They may argue once the judge actually dismisses some of them. The prosecution and defense may each have a turn today to dismiss some of the jurors, and they're going to have to give their reason why they are dismissing them. I know they can have up to 20 each. I don't know what the judge has given as far as how many they can each dismiss without questioning. So, which means like they don't need a reason to dismiss them, they can just dismiss them. Now, if the prosecution or defense comes across something that is, really something bad, then they can still bring that up, even though they've used up their amount that they're allowed to dismiss. But at the end of Tellini's voir dire, he got a handful of jurors to admit, and I noticed a lot that he was calling on the female jurors. He got a lot of them to admit that they find the not guilty by reason of insanity as not a real defense. I think some even called it's for cowards. So yeah, well, that's why I said I took a guess. You guys put it in the chat. I think at least 14 are going to be dismissed. You want to take a guess on how many you think are going to be dismissed out of the 32 that are remaining? So there was 32 before they went on break. Let's see how many are going to be dismissed. I'm guessing at least 14 of them are going to be dismissed that I counted. That's okay, Peter. You didn't know, so no problemo, my dear. Yeah. You think that all but one female? I think he's trying to get rid of all the females, and I don't think that's going to happen. That's why he was trying to get the females to mess up and say something that the judge himself would dismiss them for, so he doesn't have to
You good to
use
go, Kathy?
one of his dismissals.
Okay. Court will recall
They're
20
back.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
That
Record
was
should
quick.
reflect the jurors are not present in the courtroom. Since they're not present in the courtroom, we can do the challenges for cause not at the bench. So prosecution, tell me everybody you want to excuse first, and then we'll go through them one by one.
Well, I think, as it relates to, we were discussing where we both agreed, 11, 21, 62, and 24.
Hold on, 11, 21.
11, 21, 62, and 24.
Okay.
Both sides agreed to excuse for cause.
Let me see where we are. 11 is over here. 21 is there. 62 was that one back there. And 24. Okay. Oh, sorry, Mr. Tellini, do you agree?
We do.
All right. Court will also excuse 11, 21, 62, and 24. 11, 21, 62, 24. All right. What other challenges does the prosecution have?
That would be the extent of it first.
Oh, you don't have any additional? Okay. Mr. Tellini?
Additionally, we would challenge 15, 9, 66, 69, 74.
Okay, with respect to, 15, I'm going to grant that. That's the woman who has, watches her grandchildren 2 days a week. Yeah, 1-5. And with respect to 66, I'm going to grant that based on his purported memory issues. Tell me your issue with respect to 59.
59 had some childcare issues. She also, when questioned about the presumption of innocence, whereas the murder of an 11-year-old boy, said that she had significant concerns about her ability to do that.
Mr. Allen?
She also said that she could follow the presumption and felt like she could survive.
I tend to agree with Mr. Allen. I think that the way that I read her body language and everything, and I understand her child care issues, but she said she thought she would be able to figure it out. With respect to the presumption of innocence, I think what she was struggling with is what many people would struggle with, which is we have an 11-year-old that is a victim of what the attorneys have described as a violent crime. And she's juxtaposing that against the presumption of innocence. The impression that I got from her, from what she had to say, was that she could do that. It might be difficult. She might have to remind herself, but she thought that she could do that. I think that's sufficient with respect to rehabilitation to allow her to continue to serve. So that request will be denied. The next one is 69.
69 had some of the same concerns with the presumption of innocence, but also then said that she thought the insanity, not guilty by reason of insanity, was more or less a BS defense and an excuse.
Mr. Allen?
So my recollection is that 62 is the one that indicated on her
That's what I thought.
questionnaire that insanity was a BS excuse. When Mr. Flynn was talking to her 62, her 69, sort of chimed in on that, but did not adopt the same language that we've already agreed to in policy for 62. I would think that she would also be number 6 and also apply for potential rehabilitation.
Yeah, that I have the same recollection as Mr. Allen, and I'm looking at the questionnaire, and I think what juror 69 actually said on the questionnaire anyway was that she has opinions regarding insanity, and she said only if it applies. Not everyone who pleads this is insane, and I don't recall any specific comments from her otherwise. And I think that's just an accurate statement of the law that, sometimes it's raised as a plea when maybe it shouldn't be, but that doesn't mean that she can't follow the law in this case. So I will deny that one as well. 74.
74 had on our questionnaire in regards to not guilty by reason of insanity. I believe anyone that hurts a child is crazy, ! But is not a reason to get off or be found not guilty.
Yeah, I remember that one. I wrote that one down too. Mr. Allen?
Trying to just check on. So notes that Ms. Guardiano kept on that particular, that she agrees with the presumption of innocence and could do that. And also, right above that, I believe I can make a fair decision based on it.
Well, I put the comments from juror 74 in a different category than I do for jurors 59, 59 and 69. I do agree that the comments, essentially what she's saying is this is not a reason to get off or be found not guilty. there wasn't a lot in the way of questioning of juror 74. She would have been the one in the far back row, far corner. And so there was not a lot more to go on, but based on the questionnaire, I just see that as, I mean, if you look at it, let's see, 74,
I mean, she has the exclamation point.
69, no, I got the exclamation point. But if you look at the difference in tone and tenor between 74 and 69, 69 says, well, only if it applies, not everyone who pleads this is insane. And I think that's an accurate statement. But clearly I get the impression from juror 74 that she has significantly strong opinions regarding the use of a sanity plea. And it also is even much worse than juror 59, who on her questionnaire asked, well, what was the history before this crime? Would that explain the plea? Is it being used to not accept responsibility? And I think that that's a logical question, and frankly, probably one that'll be at the heart of the case. So I do agree that, or I am going to grant the challenge for cause as to juror 74. So let me make sure I have everybody here.
And I just
11. Don't interrupt me for just a moment. That's all right. I just want to make sure I got the numbers in the right spot. 62, 24, 15, 66, 66, 66, 66, and 74. Okay. So you guys want to follow along with me as to who everybody should be that is excused so that we all agree on the same numbers? Or you just want to come up and look at my sheet?
No, and I was going to say somebody, but she's already been kicked. So
Okay. So you want me to read the one that are excused or the ones that are still on? Because there's a lot fewer that are still on.
Probably easier to read still on.
Still, okay. All right. We still have juror 2, 7, 9, 20, 26, 28, 29, 34, 35 and 36 have been, yep, I didn't get those crossed off. 39. So the next juror that we have still on the panel after juror 34 is juror 43, 44, 45, 47, 49, 54.
Oh, I thought 47 was excused.
I don't have. Oh, whoops. Yeah, she is.
I thought it was on the yellow sticky.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. 57 was on the sticky, was on the Post-it.
47's also on there.
But
Yes, and about 7 more.
okay.
I
So
would.
let's go back.
Okay.
We have jurors 43, 44, 45. I'm going to excuse 47 because I'm a little bit concerned. I understand how she sees residency. I'm not sure that I agree with it entirely, but certainly she's going to be gone by during part of the trial. So we have jurors 43, 44, 45, 49, 54, 56, 57. That's right. Yeah, he was the administrator. 58. Oh, there he is. So 58, 59, 61, 65, 69, and 70. Those are the people that I have as our jurors. You agree, Mr. Allen? Mr. Tellini?
I agree.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and let him back in, Todd. Yep. You can get a copy of that if you want, if you need it at the end of the day. Kathy, you can get a copy of that if you want at the end of the day, if that'd be more helpful. Okay.
The total left.
Oh, the total left? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. Is that what you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
I try to fit them all in there.
Kathy, do you need a hard copy of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll get you one. Yeah, but that's what I was wondering about. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We're going to do this a little bit different than what we have done everyone else because it is frankly easier to read the names of the people, or I'm sorry, not the names, the numbers of the people who will return for further jury selection on April 3. So I'm going to read those numbers. If I read your number, stay in your seat because I'm going to have further instructions for you. And then everybody else is excused. You can go on about your business, do whatever you need to do today, those sorts of things. But the people whose numbers I read need to stay in the courtroom. So potential jurors in this case will be number 2, number 7, number 9, number 20, number 26, 27, or I'm sorry, 26, 28, 29, 34, 43, 44, 45, 49 in the back there, 54, 56, 58, 59, 61, going into the row behind that, 65, 69, and 70. So those people need to stay where they are. Everybody else is excused. If you have a question as to whether or not you're supposed to stay or not, raise your hand. You are 24, you are free to go. We'll just have them do this from their seats. Filling stuff out. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay. I have an instruction that I want to give you, and then we're going to ask for some information. You've probably already guessed that there is some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. You can tell your friends and your family, significant others, people that are important to you, you can tell those people that you may be on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot discuss, you cannot otherwise discuss anything else about this case with anyone. And you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone who is not a juror. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. If someone asks you why, just tell them it's because that's what the judge told you. That puts the burden on me and not on you. Because I know that in every case that I have, we get to a point where jurors know something about the case and know that they might be on the case. And at the end of the day, we will have testimony or evidence in some fashion. And I know when I go home, I have a lovely wife who I've been married to for more than 30 years. She's going to ask me how my day was. I will start to tell her. While my wife is a lovely wife, she also has very strong opinions. And she is happy to share those opinions with me, whether I want her to or not. So she'll ask me how my day went. I'll start to tell her. And at some point, she'll look at me and she'll say, well, you didn't really believe that, did you? And pretty soon I'm having a conversation with someone about what I should and shouldn't believe. And that person wasn't even here. You can't do that. So the way that you avoid all of that is you say, I can tell you that I might be a juror on this case. We think it's going to take 6 weeks. We believe we're going to start on April 3. The judge told me that I can't tell you anything else about it. Please help me to avoid exposure, news stories. Please help me. My friends, once they find out that I may be on this jury, may be wanting to share their opinions with me. Please help me avoid that. And tell them that the judge said that I can't talk to him about it. As I said, that puts the burden on me as opposed to you, because if I were to tell my wife, look, I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore, it would lead to an entirely different conversation. So this avoids all of that. You can still blog or communicate with others. You can go on about your normal life. You just can't talk about this case. And you can't do any research about this case, the people involved in this case, the witnesses in this case. You can still watch TV, you can go on the internet, you can still do your Amazon shopping, all of those things, but you are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You're not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. What we're going to do, and so that you know what the process will be going forward, you've all been through this today. We're going to do this every day. Not with you, but with a different group tomorrow. We will do this every day until we reach a group of 110. Once we reach a group of 110, we will bring the first 75 back. Our hope is that we're going to do that on April 3 at 9 a.m. Couple of things. In a moment, Mr. Combs and Mr. Sproul are going to circulate around a sheet. What we would like for you to do is put down your name, your juror number, not your seat number, but your juror number, an email address, and a phone number. The attorneys don't get that. Nobody gets that. That stays with us and nobody else. The reason for that is we will let you know as things progress how it's looking. It is possible that we will not have our projected number of jurors by April 3. It's possible we might have them earlier. But what I want to do is keep you advised about where we are if it turns out that we're going beyond April 3. If we have to, I don't think it's going to be that far beyond it. So we need to keep advised of that. In addition, it has our contact information on it. You should be given, they have cards, right? Yeah, okay. You have a card. We're going to be giving you a card that has our contact information on it. It has my division, my name, my phone number. We also have an email on there. And it tells you to come back on April 3. If something happens, and I've been through this before, so I know that things can change in the next 2 weeks. I don't wish that on anybody, but I know that emergencies can happen. Something can happen in your family. Maybe you can win the lottery and you decide to go to France. I don't know. But things can happen and things can change. So you need to call us and let us know. And if it's an emergency or something like that, just call us, let us know, and we will deal with it. Okay. So the reason why I'm doing this and saying that you can enlist the help and aid of your friends is because I try to learn from past mistakes. And I had a case previously where I said, you can't discuss anything about this case with anybody. And unfortunately, I received a phone call from a husband who was, he was anxious and he was upset because his wife was, I could hear her in the background crying and saying that she had to be here for 8 weeks and couldn't tell him why. So you can do that. You can explain that to your employers. You can explain that to anybody. Juror number 9, you can talk to your professors about it. If you need a letter from me, let me know. If anyone here needs a letter from me to explain to their employer what they may be doing for the next couple of months, let me know. And I can see what I can do. I can certainly get letters out. And certainly if you are selected as a juror in this case, I have no issue with providing you with those letters. So, but we need to make sure that 2 weeks from now, you are still qualified to serve as a juror in this case. The attorneys and nobody from the attorneys are going to be contacting you. Nobody from any other source should be contacting you. If that happens and it becomes a problem, let me know. And I will take steps to deal with that. But your contact information stays with us and nobody else. So that's where we are. Let's go ahead and pass that out. Oh, okay. Mr. Allen? Yes. Somebody, I think it was juror 15 who is no longer with us. She had discussed an issue about, what sort of punishment might be involved or something like that, or she would have some difficulty deciding punishment. You need to understand that if you are selected to serve as a juror in this case, you will not be deciding punishment. The only issue that you will be deciding is whether or not the prosecution has proven everything that it is required to prove in order to establish the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This is not a death penalty case where the jury decides the punishment. If the defendant is found guilty, it will be my job to impose or decide the punishment that should be imposed, and only my job. So your job is really just to determine the facts of the case and whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt everything they're required to prove. So hang on to those cards.
She does deserve the death penalty. Okay, you guys, so we're going to stop sharing that now. What they're doing now is they're just going to be filling out cards that gives the information where they can be contacted, how they can be contacted, etc. If they need any letters from the judge for their employers, stuff like that. Nothing else is going to be going on today regarding any more questions of the potential jurors or anything. So yeah, they've got 19 jurors, right? I thought it was 50. I thought I heard 50. But apparently 110 is the number they have to get to. So they will be doing this every day until, oh, let me get that off the screen. Thank you very much, Agape Love, for your super sticker. I appreciate it so, so much. I've been here, I think, for 8 hours now. So yeah, I can't do this every day, you guys, because I do still got to make a living. I mean, I don't get a lot from doing, especially streaming. And I've been here almost 7 hours. So I don't get a lot from ads because you guys aren't getting any ads, right? They don't do that in live streams. So I do have to take every second day off so I can make a living still to be able to pay my bills and such here. So what I will be doing for the 2 days that in between this until the trial, then I will be covering it in full. And what I'm going to be doing in these 2 days that I have, that I'm not going to be doing the jury selection, I will be doing a bunch of reads and then slating them to be released during all this time and leading up. So you guys are always still, for the ones that are here just for the reads, you guys are all still going to get your reads, okay? And then there's going to be a lot of you too that are just here for watching the trial and jury selection and that. So it's the best of both worlds. You're still going to get the reads. You're still going to get this coverage. It's very time consuming. I'm going to try and juggle it the best I can, but you got to understand I still have to, make a living outside of YouTube. In no way, I don't care what anybody says, unless you strictly do just YouTube. There's no way that you could pay your bills on what we get. Maybe some of the bigger channels that got like 100,000 people or 50, 60,000, yes, but not a smaller channel like mine. So I wish I could do that every day, you guys, but unfortunately, it's just not feasible at this time anyway. So that's what we got right now, you guys. I will be doing a read. I had 2 slated to be done tomorrow, so I could release one tomorrow and then one on Thursday. Or wait. Yeah, I'll release one tomorrow and then one on Thursday. So on the days that we're not covering the jury selection, I'll be releasing reads. So with that being said, I believe your channel will grow, especially during the trial. Will that help you? It does help, you guys. The super chats, super stickers also help. Like I said, I've been here almost 7 hours today. So those do help too. Makes me able to put more time aside for this when I'm getting that. And I don't like mentioning it, you guys, because then I don't want to feel like I'm, begging for super chats, super stickers. But when that does happen, and I do get a lot of them, that means I can devote more time to this than having to do other work to make up money so I can pay my bills. So that's a big help too. So, but I just want you guys to understand that that's why I can't do it every single day. I'm going to try and swing it for the trial if I can get a bunch of reads done up ahead of time that I can post and get a lot of work done on my off days. It is a death penalty case, Brandy. If I can get a lot of work in on my days that I'm not streaming the jury selection, then we should be good for the trial. But we'll see how that goes, because then I do have my weekends too, right? So we'll see how it goes. We're going to take it day by day, but definitely as soon as opening statements start, I will be doing it every day. So somehow I'm going to manage it. We'll take it as it comes. Wonder if there's a way to tag your channel so you can go, because I seriously searched for over an hour today using all keywords and YouTube didn't bring up your channel. Oh, wow. That's weird. Yeah, you can just copy in the description of all of my videos, Piedad. There is a link to my channel. You can just copy that link and you can post it wherever you so choose. And that would be a big help. So thank you for that. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Miss S. Yeah, a lot of channels aren't even covering this at all. So I'm happy to bring it to you guys. Yeah, YouTube is different. Like if you got Twitter, Facebook, stuff like that, even your friends, get them to send the link to your friends, get them to post it out on their social media. That's how you can get it out there. So I appreciate that, Piedad, and everybody else who wishes to do that. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Kate Bell. Hi, honey. How are you doing? Hope you're good. It's always nice seeing you. Okay, so with that being said, you guys, you're very welcome, Boo Bear. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everybody being here and supporting the channel. I do appreciate each and every one of you. So with that being said, you guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Will you have a huge advantage given your location? Yeah. So we've got that. And it's winter right now too here, so I don't go out a lot. Like I said, I'm going to be 60 years old this year. I don't like going out in the cold because I get cold very easy. I don't got a lot of meat on me, so I get cold pretty easy. I don't like the winter. Summer, oh, I take my laptop out in the back, and sometimes I do my lives and everything out there because it's just so beautiful out. Okay, so with that being said, you guys, don't forget all the information, PayPal, everything is in the description of every video I do. All of my newer stuff you will find under the live video tab. So all my most recent reads from like 8 months ago and on, you will find them under the live video tab. All my older readings you will find under the video tab. Okay, so with that, thank you all for being here. Please take care of yourselves. Please stay safe. Always be aware of your surroundings. I love you guys to the moon and back. I will see you guys right back here Wednesday morning. I think it's 11 a.m. again, Eastern. Okay? So watch for the thumbnail. I'll put that up probably tomorrow, late tomorrow afternoon. I'll put that thumbnail up, and then you guys can hit the notification bell on that so you don't miss anything. So I hope so too, Peter. You guys are getting it out on the East Coast. You guys are getting the snow worse than us. But okay, until the next time, you guys, love you to the moon and back. Bye-bye for now.